Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the the Revolution, and the great Putin speaks to the world. And he warns NATO. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Let's hear what Putin has to say as he puts NATO on notice. There will always be responses, and they better be ready for them.
Dear friends, I would like to inform the personnel of the armed forces of the Russian Federation, the citizens of our country, our friends around the world, as well as those who continue to harbor illusions about the possibility of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia, about the events that are taking place today in the area of the special military operation, namely after the use of long-range weapons of Western manufacture on our territory. Continuing the course of escalating the conflict in Ukraine provoked by the West, the United States and its NATO allies previously announced that they were giving permission to use their long-range high-precision weapon systems on the territory of the Russian Federation. Experts are well aware, and the Russian side has repeatedly emphasized this, that it is impossible to use such weapons without the direct participation of military specialists from the countries that manufacture such weapons. On November 19th, 6 ATACMS operational tactical missiles made in the USA, and on November 21st, during a combined missile attack, Storm Shadow systems made in the UK and HIMARS missiles made in the USA struck military targets on the territory of the Russian Federation in the Bryansk and Kursk regions. From this point on, as we have repeatedly emphasized earlier, the regional conflict in Ukraine provoked by the West-acquired elements of a global nature. Our air defense systems repelled these attacks. As a result, the targets that the enemy obviously set for themselves were not achieved. The fire that broke out at an ammunition depot in the Bryansk region from falling ATACMS missile debris has been extinguished. There are no casualties or serious damage. In the Kursk region, an attack was carried out on one of the command posts of our North Group. As a result of this attack and anti-aircraft combat, unfortunately, there are casualties, deaths and wounded among the personnel of the external security units of the facility and among the service personnel. The command and operational personnel of the control point were not harmed and are conducting the normal management of the actions of our troops to destroy and expel enemy units from the Kursk region. Once again, I would like to especially emphasize that the use of such weapons by the enemy is not capable of influencing the course of military operations in the zone of the special military operation. Our troops are successfully advancing along the entire line of combat contact. All the tasks that we set for ourselves will be accomplished. In response to the use of American and British long-range weapons on November 21st of this year, the Russian armed forces launched a combined attack on one of the facilities of the Ukrainian defense industry. In combat conditions, one of the newest Russian medium-range missile systems was tested. In this case, a ballistic missile with non-nuclear hypersonic equipment. Our missile men called it Orshnik. The tests were successful. The launch target was achieved. On the territory of Ukraine, in the city of Dnipropetrovsk, one of the largest and most famous industrial complexes since the Soviet Union was hit, which still produces rocket technology and other weapons. We are developing medium and shorter-range missiles as a response to the United States' plans to produce and deploy medium and shorter-range missiles in Europe and the Asia-Pacific region. We believe that the United States made a mistake by unilaterally destroying the Intermediate-Range Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019 under a far-fetched pretext. Today, the United States not only produces such equipment, but, as we see, in the course of training its troops, they have worked out issues of transferring their advanced missile systems to different regions of the world, including Europe. Moreover, during the exercises, they conduct training in their use. Let me remind you that Russia voluntarily and unilaterally committed itself not to deploy medium and shorter range missiles until American weapons of this kind appear in any region of the world. Let me repeat. We are conducting combat tests of the Orshnik missile system in response to the aggressive actions of NATO countries against Russia. The issue of further deployment of medium and shorter range missiles will be decided by us depending on the actions of the United States and its satellites. We will determine the targets for destruction during further tests of our newest missile systems based on the threats to the security of the Russian Federation. We consider ourselves entitled to use our weapons against military facilities of those countries that allow their weapons to be used against our facilities. And in the event of an escalation of aggressive actions, we will respond just as decisively and in kind. I recommend that the ruling elites of those countries that are planning to use their military contingents against Russia seriously think about this. Of course, when choosing, if necessary and as a response, targets for destruction by systems such as Orshnik on the territory of Ukraine, we will offer them in advance to civilians, and we will also ask citizens of friendly states located there to leave the dangerous zones. We will do this for humanitarian reasons, openly, publicly, without fear of counteraction from the enemy, who will also receive this information. Why without fear? Because there are currently no means of counteracting such weapons. These missiles attack targets at a speed of 10 Machs. This is a speed of 2.5 to 3 kilometers per second. The modern air defense systems available in the world and the missile defense systems being created by the Americans in Europe cannot intercept such missiles. This is excluded. I will emphasize once again that it is not Russia, but the United States, that has destroyed the international security system, and by continuing to fight and cling to their hegemony, they are pushing the entire world toward a global conflict. We have always preferred and are now ready to resolve all contentious issues by peaceful means. But we are also ready for any development of events. If anyone still doubts this, then it is in vain. There will always be a response.
There will always be a response. Come on, Putin. Don't flex on them like that, big bro. You ain't got to step on them like that. They still shaking. They still scared from what happened yesterday. Let's look a little deeper into this missile strike that took place yesterday. They didn't talk about the weapons factory. Putin said that was destroyed. But what was so humiliating for the U.S. is they didn't even detect it. And Russia called the U.S. Russia called the U.S. and told the U.S., look, we finna send some undefensible, undetectable missiles real soon to Ukraine. That's why Europe shut their embassies the day before. They already knew. But the humiliation was they couldn't stop it, and they didn't even know when it was going to come. They didn't even know what it was. Salute, family. Revolutionary salute, brother. See, they still in bunker. They on the ground right now. Zelensky, Biden. Y'all ain't seen our leaders. They on the ground right now. See, they've been talking tough. That's fucked up when somebody warned you.
On the night of November 21st, Russia launched the most devastating missile attack on Ukraine. And judging by the incoming information, the Ukrainian authorities and the so-called Western leaders will be in a state of shock from this demonstration of the power by Russia for a long time. It is noteworthy that Moscow carried out this missile attack immediately after the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation officially announced the downing of 2 British Storm Shadow cruise missiles in Russian airspace. It seems that the Biden administration's decision to allow Ukraine to use Western long-range missiles deep into Russian territory has indeed proved to be fatal not only for Kyiv, but also for Western countries. The fact is that on the night of November 21st, Russia for the first time used its most powerful and advanced weapons against military targets in Ukraine. At the same time, it is worth noting that many European and American independent military experts and analysts have already called this demonstrative Russian missile strike on Ukraine a signal for the entire West. According to them, Putin made it clear to the West that further escalation of the conflict could lead to the fact that cities such as London, Paris, Washington, and Berlin could be wiped off the face of the earth within a couple of minutes.
Revolution is a real life.
Well, my dear truth seekers, in this video, I will tell you in detail exactly what targets Russia destroyed in Ukraine on the night of November 21st. Moreover, in this video, I will also describe in detail about the latest Russian experimental ballistic missile Orshnik, which is rightfully considered the world's most powerful and advanced. By the way, it was this ballistic missile that the Russian military used during the recent overnight missile attack on Ukraine. And judging by the incoming information from Western countries, this latest Russian ballistic missile has already left NATO and Pentagon generals speechless.
But you got to remember, Putin told these people he haven't even begun the war yet. He'd already said that. So, yeah, we can believe he got way more surprises. He said, war. What war? That's a special military operation. They're like, we fighting terrorists. You don't want to see no war. That's what he's telling them. You don't want to see no war. You won't make it.
So, on the night of November 21st, Russia launched a devastating massive missile attack on the territory of Ukraine. In particular, independent monitoring services have recorded dozens of explosions in central, northern, and southern parts of Ukraine. It is reliably known that during this missile attack, Russia used Iskander-M ballistic missiles, Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, as well as Kh-101 cruise missiles. In addition, as I said earlier, the Russian military also used the latest experimental ballistic missile.
Those are test dummies. They're some crash dummies. Putin using them as crash dummies.
So, on the night of November 21st, Russian Iskander-M ballistic missiles, along with Kh-101 cruise missiles, hit and destroyed dozens of energy infrastructure facilities in Ukrainian regions such as Cherkasy, Sumy, Kyiv, Odessa, Nikolaev, Vinnytsia, and Kirovograd.
All of them places got.
It is reported that the northern, central, and southern parts of Ukraine were left without electricity and internet as a result of this missile attack. Emergency power outages have also been announced in the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv.
Man, it's wintertime, man. People are going to die.
In the Khmelnytsky region, Russian Kinzhal hypersonic missiles once again hit the territory of the Starokostiantinov military airbase. It is noteworthy that Russian hypersonic missiles attacked this military airbase immediately after information appeared that France had secretly transferred 3 units of the Mirage 2005F fighter jets to Kyiv. At the same time, the Russian military department officially stated that all the intended targets at this military airbase were successfully hit and destroyed. And finally, in the Dnipropetrovsk region, in the city of Dnipro, the Russian military completely destroyed 3 weapons factories at once. We are talking about such weapons factories as Yuzmash, Vesta, and Spetsinstrument. Later, video footage of this missile strike on these weapons factories appeared on the network. And these video frames shocked not only ordinary netizens, but also experienced military experts.
Man, the sky just opened up, man.
Turned out, Russia launched a completely new ballistic
Come on, man. The sky just opened up, man.
Missile with 6 warheads against these
You
experienced military experts.
They never witnessed nothing like this. The sky just opened up.
As it turned out, Russia launched a completely new ballistic missile with 6 warheads against these weapons factories in Dnipro. Fortunately, these warheads were not nuclear.
They're undetectable, man. It came from upper Earth atmosphere. It ain't no. See, that's why the U.S. didn't know what was going on. No, they didn't know. They didn't know what was being used. Yeah, they could have woke up being judged by the Most High. That's the message. You could have woke up and the Most High had to tell you what happened to you.
As it turned out, the destruction of 3 large Ukrainian weapons factories at once became possible thanks to the latest Russian ballistic missile Orshnik. Unfortunately, the main characteristics of this latest Russian missile are strictly classified. However, it is reliably known that this latest weapon is a new generation missile system, and a further development of Iskander missile system. According to information from open sources, the latest Russian ballistic missile Orshnik has a new generation of guided warheads, capable of breaking through even the most powerful missile defense systems. At the moment,
when I seen this, I say, damn, that boy Putin is a master of chess. Steve, that's what he told them. They've been fighting hard. They done put all their weapons. They done sent their most advanced weapon systems to Ukraine and been defeated. Man, the man ain't even started putting the real weapon systems into the game yet. He could have started off the battle with this type of shit. Just think about that. It's 2 years later, and it's just now entering. When they made a mistake of shooting American-made missiles into Russia, they said, okay, let me show y'all something. Let me show you what I could have did 2 years ago. Because y'all won't play. And now they scared and hiding underground because they can't detect it. There's no stopping it. It could go anywhere in the world, be in America in 20 minutes. Come on, man. Joe Biden, why are you underground? Come speak to the American people about what you've done.
No air defense system in the world could shoot down this ballistic missile.
None of they crap air defense systems. That means you defenseless, bro. I've been telling you people. What? I've been telling y'all that. They stole all our money. Now we defenseless. Think about that. They talking tough to Putin about helping Ukraine. And Putin talking about, well, who gonna help you? The hell with Ukraine. Who gonna help you? Because you lied to your people and said you had the air defense systems. Your best system is in Ukraine. What happened? You seen what happened?
Western military experts are sure that Russia is not just testing its latest types of weapons in Ukraine, but also creating new generation missiles based on them, which, in terms of their tactical and technical characteristics, have no analogs in the world. Commenting on this missile strike, military experts did not hide their shock. According to them, the strike on the weapons factories in Dnipro indicates that Russian engineers have developed a completely new missile of intermediate and intercontinental range. And this missile is capable of destroying targets at a fairly short distance. Moreover, this missile is also capable of delivering not only a nuclear charge to a given target, but also more than 5 tons of explosives. At the same time, it is worth noting that a few days before this missile strike, Chairman of the State Duma of the Russian Federation, Vyacheslav Volodin, warned the West that Moscow would soon begin using new types of weapons in Ukraine, and these weapons would shock the warmongers in London and Washington. Meanwhile, the air alert is still sounding all over Ukraine. The Ukrainian General Staff stated that the risk of repeated strikes by the latest Russian ballistic missiles is very high. It is reliably known that all representatives of the Kiev regime, including Vladimir Zelensky, are still in underground bunkers.
Stop hiding out. You talked all that shit. You and them neo-Nazis. Face y'all enemies, man. They looking for y'all.
Thus, Vladimir Putin made it clear to the West and its puppets in Kiev that Russia could easily destroy not only Ukraine, but also other hostile countries that are still supporting the Kiev regime. Will the warmongers in London and Washington heed Putin's warning? Well, my friends, we will have the answer to this question soon enough.
Sent a message to President Biden: back the F off right now, or we will send these same missiles into Europe and the United States. Is anyone listening right now? Or they're just basically playing with fire, playing with death is what they're doing. So what exactly happened? Well, early this morning, this happened. Russia, for the first time in world history, launched their new hypersonic ballistic missiles called the Orashink missile. And it is absolutely devastating. What you're seeing here, they could not stop it. Notice there is no air defense fire coming in to try to stop this. NATO couldn't stop it at all. The speed with which these things traveled was remarkable, and these things were outfitted with non-nuclear warheads, using hypersonic warheads. So in other words, this was a message. This was a message to the world. We can put nuclear warheads on these, and you can't stop them. We didn't. We used our hypersonic warheads, and it was devastating enough, and we took out all of these military targets. You couldn't do anything about it. We've been warning you about it, and with these long-range attacks inside of Russia, we've been warning you, and here it is. You guys can't stop this. You want to F around and find out some more? Because you know where this is headed right now. You know where this is headed. Here was President Putin just a short time ago delivering a message to the world, really, not just Russia. This has been translated all over the world now, warning the West. Here is what you can expect from us. Watch.
Такому оружию на сегодняшний день не существует. Ракеты атакуют цели со скоростью 10 махов. Это 2,5-3 километра в секунду. Современные, имеющиеся в мире системы противовоздушной обороны и создаваемые американцами системы противоракетной обороны в Европе подобные ракеты не перехватывают. Это исключено. Подчеркну еще раз, что не Россия, а именно США разрушили систему международной безопасности. И, продолжая бороться, цепляться за свою гегемонию, толкают весь мир к глобальному конфликту.
I mean, just let this sink in for a second.
Well, you'd have to be a meathead to be like, yeah, I want that. I hear you and I raise you this. Like, who wants that? Who's not afraid of that?
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Terrifying to think. And by the way, 3,000 miles, the range on these, 1,000 miles up to 3,000 miles, hit all of these European targets, and they can't do anything to stop it.
Oh, man.
This comes like just hours after the...
Like, these clowns can't defend themselves, man. Why are they playing with me? They just talking tough. They've been used to bullying people. I'm not playing with them. They can't defend themselves. I've been telling people that the U.S. air defense systems can't stop the missiles the Russians got. That's a hoax. That's a scam. And that's a money laundering scheme they done ran on the U.S. tax base. Now Putin is letting the whole world know, y'all done stole from y'all people because you damn sure cannot protect them from what I do to them. Stop playing with me. He just warned them.
The United Kingdom allowed these Storm Shadow missiles to be fired into Russia. This is a clear message to the United Kingdom. This is a clear message to Germany. All of your European allies, all of those European allies, even Portugal that supplied a tank, one tank like from the 1970s, Spain, all of you guys, France, like you want to keep effing around, you're going to find out. Now, Zelensky got on his cell phone and recorded a quick message in response to this, saying they're still trying to gather the information about these advanced weapons that Russia fired into their territory. But he basically said they're treating Ukraine as a proving ground for these advanced weapons. Yeah, how astute of you.
Сьогодні була нова російська ракета. Всі характеристики, швидкість, висота міжконтинентальної балістичної. Зараз тривають експертизи. Очевидно, що Путін використовує Україну як полігон.
Yeah. So it is a proving ground, right? So we know that NATO is using Ukraine as a proxy. Therefore, it is a proving ground.
So if you were a real leader, sir, you would say, I need to protect my people and abandon my allies in the West and go to peace talks so that none of us die. That's what a real leader would do. That's what a real man would do.
I mean, do you see overnight also Zelensky basically admitted that, hey, you know, all of our talk about trying to get Crimea back by force, it's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to get it back by force.
Way to wake up.
Hello.
Okay.
Go ahead, David.
Well, and you're listening to a country that is nowhere near you and ignoring your neighbor. Russia is their neighbor. That would be like us ignoring something with Mexico and Mexico having some deal with Russia. It's like, you're a neighbor. We need to have a good relationship.
No, that's like knowing your neighbor has a meth lab, a very unsafe meth lab, and being like, cool. My kids probably can sleep well at night.
Now, all of this, of course, you know, go back to 2014, right? And so when anyone in our chat room who's not familiar with this war, doesn't understand the history of it, of course, this all started in 2014, arguably before that, but really in 2014 when the United States fomented a coup backed by the CIA inside of Ukraine. And of course, then started attacking ethnic Russians in the contested region of the Donbass, Donetsk, all of that area, right? Those people did not want a United States-backed government in Kiev. And they called upon the help of the Russian Federation. Well, they were being genocided then for years, about 9 years, and Putin had had enough. They had a peace agreement on the table that was, of course, scuttled. That was scuttled by the United States and Boris Johnson in the UK, which are the ones driving this entire process right now to launch these long-range missiles into Russia.
I don't think it's accurate to say Putin had had enough. The mayors in those regions petitioned Russia, and this went to parliament. So it was not Putin's personal decision. It was Russian government that voted to save the people that were ethnic Russians in those cities. So when we give this to Putin personally, we're handing that narrative to the American government that likes to frame him as somebody who acts on his whims.
Like he's an autocrat.
Right.
That's true. That's true. But ultimately, with the Russian parliament, it was a decision to finally move into that area to protect those ethnic Russians.
Right. At least Russians get a vote on the wars that they go to. We don't. That.
So, but remember, we had this missile treaty in place that was scuttled by the United States. So Putin this morning said, well, the United States made a huge mistake in abandoning this missile treaty. And now you're seeing the results of the power and the advanced technology that you cannot stop. Watch.
And we believe it is a mistake on the part of the United States to destroy the system that was established by the missile treaty in 2019. We see that the United States and their allies are now considering and has successfully tested their capabilities to deploy advanced missile systems in different parts of the world. And their exercises routinely include the use of such weapons. Russia has unilaterally refused to deploy intermediate and small-range missiles until we see similar weapons deployed by the United States in a region of the world. The use of the novel system, which was essentially an operational test, was carried out in response to the decisions made by the United States and their allies.
So this new novel system, he admits it was a test, and he then says it went off flawlessly. And as you can see here again, this was the launch of it. Nothing even came close to stopping these hypersonic attacks in Ukraine using these advanced weapon systems, traveling at the speed and the distance that they did.
Now, the New York Times today has some unnamed officials saying that some inside the Biden administration are considering returning Ukraine's nuclear weapons that were taken after the fall of the Soviet Union. So you recall we had an agreement with Ukraine to remove their nuclear weapons in exchange for protection. That's why we've been arming them to kill their own people for over a decade. Now we're like, well, we could give it back to them. They could hit Russia. Russia could nuke them. They could just collectively nuke each other, and then we could stay out of it. That is not what Russia's new nuclear treaty allows for. Russia says that anyone who arms someone who hits us will be considered a target as well. So they're really playing with fire, not just fire, but fireworks, nuclear fireworks.
As Chris Ballantyne in our chat
look,
says, wrong. It started when NATO and the United States broke the Minsk Accords. Absolutely. So 2014, you have this coup. The United States and NATO back off of the Minsk Accords, which were all a joke to begin with, right?
Well, Bill Clinton, I believe, was quoted saying the United States never, was it Bill Clinton? Never was meant to adhere to that. Or was it John McCain?
No, well, you're thinking of, my God, in Germany, why can't I think of
Angela Merkel?
Angela Merkel, yes. I didn't get much sleep last night. My dog had me up at 4 a.m. for crying out loud. Anyway, Angela Merkel, who jokingly said, we never meant to adhere to the Minsk Accords at all. So they were toying with the Russian Federation the entire time. They never meant to have peace because they're liars. That's exactly how this unfolded. And David, go ahead. I'm sorry I cut you off there.
Well, no, you're fine. It also, when you look at those missiles hitting, it doesn't look like there's a huge spread either. So it's like it's so precise on what it's hitting that it's like hitting directly on its target. It doesn't look like it's dispersing much outside of that.
No, and that's been the analysis from weapons inspectors that I've spoken to, and also separate military analysis that the precision of these missiles was I mean, dead on. That there's no other way to describe it. Incredibly precise damage here. Of course, again, as Putin said, this is a response to Ukraine firing now British Storm Shadow missiles into Russia and United States missiles into Russia. Ukraine fired at least 10 British provided Storm Shadow missiles into Russia's Kursk region, and according to the Wall Street Journal and several other media outlets last night, Ukraine has used these same Storm Shadow missiles, which have a range of 155 miles, in strikes on attacking Crimea as well. And they've authorized this use of these Storm Shadow strikes in Russian territory after President Biden gave them the green light for Ukraine to use the ATACMS. So Storm Shadows and ATACMS, you can use them all. This is in direct violation of what President Biden said when he was Senator Biden. Here he was on Chris Matthews' Hardball saying that this is an impeachable offense to get us into a war like this. It's unbelievable. Watch.
But I want to ask you about something you've been involved with. You said that if the President of the United States had launched an attack on Iran without congressional approval, that would have been an impeachable offense. Do you want to review that comment you made? Well, how do you stand on that now?
Yes, I do. I want to stand by that comment I made. The reason I made the comment was as a warning. The reason I don't say those things lightly, Chris. You've known me for a long time. I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee for 17 years, or its ranking member. I teach separation of powers and constitutional law. This is something I know. So I got together and brought a group of constitutional scholars together to write a piece that I'm going to deliver to the whole United States Senate, pointing out the president has no constitutional authority to take this nation to war against a country of 70 million people unless we're attacked or unless there is proof that we are about to be attacked. And if he does, I would move to impeach him. The House obviously has to do that, but I would lead an effort to impeach him. The reason for my doing that, I don't say it lightly. I say it because they should understand that what they were threatening, what they were saying, what was adding up to be, what looked like to the rest of the world what we're about to do would be the most disastrous thing that could be done at this moment in our history that I can think of.
Thank you, President Biden. It's like going into a time capsule.
I don't think he remembers that.
Can you imagine? Like, he's literally calling for the impeachment of himself. He's laying the groundwork for, as Thomas Massey said, like the impeachment of himself here in this sort of time capsule video. By the way, we had Congressman Keith Self on the show earlier this week who brought articles of impeachment to the House. And so there is a movement right now under the 25th Amendment to remove President Biden from office because of this. And the world is waking up right now, at least the mainstream media is waking up, that yes, we are in World War III. Even Putin himself today said because of the UK's involvement in this, this is now a global war. This is not just in Ukraine. This is now a global war against NATO, the UK, the United States. So call it whatever you want. Here's the Hill. Now going to blame Trump for it. World War III is now Trump's to lose.
So stupid.
Can you imagine?
I can't even bend over backwards to understand that logic.
And they're not the only one. I mean, there's multiple news reports today now calling it World War III. And now the U.S. response here is the U.S. military is prepared for nuclear strikes.
But yours to lose implies that you would win it. So, like, we could win it if Biden stayed in office.
Right.
but Trump will lose it. I don't think there's any serious military analyst that I've ever seen that shows that we could win a war against Russia or China.
No.
So that's so fucking stupid.
That would be like me, like being at an airport, seeing Mike Tyson there, me taking a swing at him, and then looking at my daughter and going, "All right, he's all yours."
Yeah.
You know,
right. Go get him, Adelaide. Go get him. Yeah. Go get Mike Tyson.
Okay.
All right. We've got more news to get to.
That is unserious journalism and dangerous. And I hope they get a yeast infection for that.
Today's show is brought to you by Native Path Collagen. Now, finding an honest doctor that isn't following listeners can visit right now.
While they'll
Well, Poland is in Russia's crosshairs as we speak, thanks to the latest NATO provocations inside of Russia. According to Moscow, NATO's bases in Poland are now priority number one, priority targets to be destroyed, including that shiny brand new NATO base that just opened in Poland. They haven't even taken the plastic off the seats yet, and that could be destroyed. So is Warsaw prepared this morning? Let's ask Dr. Mike Krupa, PhD, author, and commentator from Warsaw, Poland. Good evening, doctor. Good to see you, my friend.
Hello, Clayton. Good to see you.
You guys woke up with crosshairs on Poland once again, it seems, thanks to the United States, the UK, and NATO's provocations of Russia. How is this sitting right now with the Polish people? What is the sentiment there?
Well, unfortunately, I think the discussion right now in Poland in terms of any strategic danger that might come from the East basically concentrates on the fact that Biden, gave the green light to shoot the ATACMS deep inside Russia, and not so much in the direct danger that is, founded in that new base in Redzikowo up there on the coast in Poland, which is an anti-ballistic missile base, ostensibly originally planned during the George W. Bush administration as being directed at Iran. Obviously, nobody ever believed in that, because ever since the idea came up, everybody in Poland understood that this base would be directed against Russia. Nobody in Poland really cares about Iran because we have no quarrel with Iran. But we're certainly driving into a quarrel with Russia, which is a quarrel that is absolutely not needed and which only heightens the strategic danger in which the Republic of Poland might find itself in the near future. So to answer your question, the latest hysteria, which in a way is positive because I think finally the idea that a war with Russia might be very destructive to Poland is finally reaching the mass Polish audience, but it's not reaching the mass Polish audience because of the direct and close base that has been just opened in Redzikowo, but because of events further away in Washington, i.e. the green light for Ukraine to launch the ATACMS, and obviously the potential Russian response to that.
We also had overnight the Estonian foreign minister who says that if Trump brokers a peace deal with Russia, then NATO basically needs to give them the middle finger. NATO needs to put boots on the ground inside of Ukraine. So is Poland ready to, as part of NATO, ready to put boots on the ground in Ukraine in a large capacity if Trump brokers a peace deal? I mean, it's absolute madness to me, but of course, Russia's taking it very seriously.
Judging by what the current foreign minister of Poland and privately the husband of Anne Applebaum of the Atlantic magazine, Radek Sikorski, said in a pranked phone call with the Russian pranksters Vovan and Lexus, nobody in Poland is looking to put boots on the ground and looking for an escalation. Now, in that conversation, Sikorski said that if the front was collapsing, if the Ukrainians were taking a beating, I'm guessing, crossing the Dnieper River and running away to the west, he hinted that there might be consideration of putting at least a no-fly zone into Ukraine. But nobody in Poland currently is seriously contemplating, at least that I know of, is seriously contemplating boots on the ground. I don't think, despite the many negative opinions I hold about the current regime, that they're that suicidal, like they're, as many call them, the Baltic Chihuahuas, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, of doing a lot of talking but no action because those countries literally don't have any significant militaries. They're more of a police force, if anything. But Poland, which does have a fairly significant military, we can discuss if the capabilities are there. But, you know, we have a military that could go that potentially could go. I don't think, thankfully, at this point, anybody is contemplating that, especially in light of what has been said recently by Radek Sikorski, once again, that actually, as a matter of fact, he wants to get along with President Donald Trump. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll see if his wife allows him to.
You know, the Rand Corporation's threat assessment ladder, threat escalation ladder, we've shown it quite extensive. We've shown it a ton here on Redacted. We'll put it up here on the screen if we can. Of course, it starts with diplomatic pressure. It escalates all the way up to nuclear war. I don't think I've ever seen it get this high. And in fact, a lot of people who obviously were alive during the Cuban Missile Crisis say where we are right now is worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis. Are the Polish people... You know, I think in America, the reason I ask this, I feel like there's a detachment. You know, everyone's getting ready for Christmas. There's sort of a detachment from it. And people can sort of compartmentalize things because we've never had a nuclear war. We've never had intercontinental ballistic missiles fired at us. But I think we're right there. I think we are. And are the Polish people aware of how dire the situation is?
Unfortunately, not to the extent that they should be, even with the whole green lighting of the ATACMS, you know, missiles being fired into Russia and the negative effects that that could entail. Unfortunately, and I'm actually pretty happy that Annie Jacobson's book, I think it's 78 or 72 minutes, has been translated into Polish about what would happen in a nuclear war and how quickly most of mankind would cease to exist. So that's a good thing that this has been actually, you know, it appeared on the Polish book market recently. But because we haven't had the experience, I mean, during the Cold War, we were a frontline country, but it was only after the Cold War did we find out, thanks to the files that were released by the CIA about, you know, a certain code name Jack Strong, Pukovnik Kuklinski, who smuggled secret Soviet documents of what would happen during a nuclear war. If that were to take place on the territory of Poland. We've never actually been threatened with anything that could come close to a nuclear cataclysmic event. But I think Poles should really start thinking about that, especially in light of what the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zakharova said, that this base would be targeted, and not necessarily with conventional weapons like the ones we saw probably this morning with the RS-26, most likely Rubez missile that hit Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. People were saying it's an ICBM. I tend to go with Scott Ritter's analysis, who says this is most likely an RS-26 with conventional warheads that just smashed everything that came into contact with them. So even if Russia weren't to go to the nuclear level, I mean, having a couple of those babies fall into Poland, I think would scare the living crap out of at least 30% of our population, which would immediately escape west. So we shouldn't be playing with fire, and I think we should definitely stop thinking that Vladimir Putin is bluffing.
Absolutely. I'll get you out of here on this, Doctor, which is we haven't talked since the election of Donald Trump in the United States. The Polish media, I'm sure, is responding one way, but in your conversations with the Polish people, where are their heads at with the presidency of Donald Trump in the White House back in Washington, D.C.?
I think a lot of people don't really understand the potential significance that Donald Trump could have for Poland, because I think there's three schools of thinking on Donald Trump in Poland. I'm in the minority. The first school of thinking is that, you know, Trump is going to come back peace through strength. He's going to up the ante with Russia. We're going to have a Reagan-esque Cold War return, that Biden was weak, and we're going to support Ukraine even more. That's obviously falling apart. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump is not planning on that, despite what our local mini neocon wannabes tend to think in Warsaw. The second school is obviously, you know, Trump's going to kill all the women. Oh my God, we're going to delegalize abortion, LGBT in Poland, and so forth. We're going to become, you know, this fascist dictatorship under the tutelage of the, you know, Washington Caesar. You know, that's the Kamala Harris camp in Poland. Not too many of them, but they're there, mostly in the big cities. And I'm in the minority because I claim that Poland, and I actually did a short video about this just after the election. You can find it on my old channel on Botum TV, where I say that there can be an opening in Polish-Russian relations thanks to the pressure that Trump might apply in moving towards a Russian-American détente. A Russian-American détente will serve the interests of the entire Eastern European region, as Viktor Orban likes to point out, the less tension we have in Eastern Europe, the better for Eastern Europe. So anything that brings Russia and the United States to the table and ends the war in Ukraine is good for Poland. How we play that out later, how we take the diplomatic track, if we even consider taking the diplomatic track as a sovereign country, which we claim to be, that's a whole different story. But the entire pressure that will come from Washington and the impending effects of a Russian, American, even mini détente, I think will do wonders for Poland. And most importantly, will keep war away from our borders.
Well, let me just speak directly to the Polish people. I know a lot of people in Poland watch our show. The neocons in Poland better be scared, because Trump is not with you on this. There is not going to be a Cold War against Russia going back to the 1980s under Reagan. That's not going to happen. Donald Trump has no appetite for that. And I can tell you, as someone who speaks to people close to him, that's not going to happen. So I'm with you in the latter category. It might upset a lot of the neocons who are looking to make a lot of money off of this in the military industrial complex and who want war. I really strongly believe that that's not going to happen. So I'm with you in this.
Hallelujah.
I'm with you.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, business relationships, developing business relationships again, getting back to peace and reinvesting in the United States, I think, is a huge piece of this. And
B, the statement itself defies indictment is not one that with which we are familiar. It doesn't come from a grand jury. It comes from a panel of 3 judges, and it's accompanied by an opinion of the judges, which I read. The opinion is clear that the evidence is overwhelming, that the Israeli government has targeted civilians and has moved to prevent them, those who've survived the attacks, from getting food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines. And those, of course, are war crimes. Is this substantive or just symbolic?
Clearly, it's not just symbolic. Although there is no jurisdiction, obviously, that would result in his arrest either in Israel or here in the United States. We are not signatories to the International Criminal Court and its jurisdiction. So I just think it's a very sad and tragic day. It's a sad and tragic day for Israel. And I think for the United States, because we are, as you point out, complicit. You know, one thing I would note that many Americans do not understand is that the law on the continent of Europe is Napoleonic law. So you have a panel of judges. We are accustomed to English law, which involves a jury. So there is no jury on the continent. You're always judged by a panel. And I think for these judges to reach the conclusion that they had to issue this warrant for his arrest are very serious indeed.
What happens if he has to refuel in Iceland and suddenly is surrounded by military who want to arrest him?
Well, I suppose they could arrest him. I don't think that would happen, certainly not in the Western world. I'd be surprised if it did. But this is a terrible stain on the honor of Israel and the Jewish state, because they're effectively being condemned for committing horrendous atrocities. And I think it's very difficult to avoid this condemnation because that's what's happened in Gaza. And I'm sorry to say, I think something similar has happened in southern Lebanon, because they're not satisfied to simply defeat the Hamas or Hezbollah enemy. They want to drive the population out. And to drive the population out, you have to kill some of the population and also deprive them of shelter, water, food, and everything else. So you destroy the infrastructure deliberately. That's what's happened in both places. And this cannot be concealed much longer from the larger audience in the world, although we've done a pretty good job in the United States, that is, the media has, of concealing it, as you know, Judge.
Right, right. Are Americans complicit under the same theory? Joe Biden, Lloyd Austin, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, facilitating and paying for the instruments of genocide?
You know, Judge, you're the legal scholar, and you have a better answer for that than I do. I'm disappointed as an American citizen that we have played a role in this simply because we've underwritten it, both financially as well as militarily. We provided everything that the Israelis could possibly need to execute these operations. I think it's a disgrace. I think it's wrong, and I think any American who looks at it would reach that conclusion. I think the assertion that if you don't support this or you're not in support of it, that you're somehow or another an anti-Semite is nonsense. If the people living in Gaza or southern Lebanon were Jews, I would be opposed to it. If they were Italians, if they were Somalis, whatever they are, I would be opposed to it. And I think that's where we Americans ought to ask some hard questions and demand some tough answers from the current government. And I think we should also put those questions to the new president-elect and ask President Trump where he stands on this, because he said several times, I just want him to finish up and get this job done. Well, getting the job done means hundreds of thousands of people are killed, wounded, and driven out of their homes. That's frightening. And I don't know that he's aware of just how extraordinarily criminal this behavior is.
Colonel, let's transition over to Ukraine and Russia. What did the Russians fire at Ukraine today that appears to be different, unique, very powerful, very threatening, or very ominous?
Now, this is a very important question. We have multiple reports coming in, and unfortunately, I do not have access to the information that I could have normally received from the intelligence community. They probably have very definite answers to that question. The first reports that came in suggested either an intercontinental ballistic missile or an intermediate range ballistic missile, hypersonic, which means above Mach 5, could have been Mach 7. You're talking about potentially even going higher than that. And these warheads moving at thousands of feet per second. In other words, these are hypersonic missiles that no weapons that we have in our inventory today can stop. They carried, fortunately, conventional warheads. This means these ballistic missiles left their launching pad and then went into high orbit and then came down and struck these targets. In one case, it may have been a new hypersonic missile that traveled at very low altitude and then struck the target. I don't know the details. The point is, this is a clear and unambiguous signal from President Putin and the Russian state to the United States and the West. Stop what we are doing right now. Do not attack the Russian homeland. This war is effectively at an end. Let it end. Don't try to perpetuate this, because if you continue down this road, you will find yourselves at war with the Russian state and the Russian people. That means that those weapons that were used could be nuclear warheads, multiple independently targeted reentry vehicles. In other words, multiple warheads showering a target with great precision, annihilating everything with potentially a 50-mile radius. This is very serious stuff. I don't think Americans are aware of how seriously these threats that we have made and these attacks that we have sponsored and sought to execute have been taken in Russia. Remember, yesterday I told you that the nuclear forces of the Russian armed forces are in the highest state of alert that they've been in history.
You did.
They are serious. They are very worried. They think that we do want a war with them. They are convinced that we want to destroy them. Now, that may be true for some on the lunatic fringe in the White House or the Hill, But that is not true for the American people. It's not something they voted for. It's not something they want. And that's where we are right now. The churches in Russia are filling up. People are praying in Russia for peace. The government wants peace. Putin wants peace. They're not interested in attacking us or Western Europe. They never have been. But they are responding to what they see as an existential threat to the Russian society.
Scott Ritter reports that an American admiral, a four-star by the name of Buchanan, made an absurd statement this afternoon that we're prepared to engage in a nuclear conflict with Russia. A, if true, how could he make that without authorization from the Secretary of Defense or even the White House? B, the statement itself defies reality that we're prepared to get into a nuclear conflict with Russia. To what end? The destruction of humanity?
Well, the second question, you've provided the answer. That's absurd. There is no preparation for a nuclear war. A nuclear war would end life on this planet as we know it. It would be Armageddon. The Russians understand that, and we understand it. The Russians feel cornered by what we've done. They think we want to destroy them. They're prepared to fight as well as they can. But the first question, I think, is the most important one. What is this man doing? You know, we've talked about this before. We have too many four-star generals. We look like a banana republic. We have 43, 44 four-star generals and admirals on any given day. These all have headquarters ranging from hundreds to 1,000 people with all sorts of accoutrements and luxurious settings and expensive headquarters. All of these people are presiding over what is effectively military hegemony over the world. They have various areas of the world under their supervision, various fleets, various air forces, armies. And unfortunately, these are much smaller than they were 20, 30, 40 years ago, when we had far fewer. But this thing has grown repeatedly, larger and larger. And now these four-star officers think they are effectively Caesars in their own right, that they're policymakers. That's because we've essentially relegated the State Department and the diplomatic corps to tertiary importance. It's a catastrophe for us. This is why diplomacy takes a back seat to military power, and military power is not used for defense. It's used to bully people, just as our trade, tariffs, sanctions, all of those things are designed to bully people, not to enhance our business with others, not to develop commercial relationships, to destroy people that we don't like. The world has had it with us. And this man Buchanan, I don't know who he is, but he ought to be removed. It's not his place to make a public statement like that. But these people are accustomed to it. He's not the Lone Ranger. These are all demigods in their own right.
How I wish that the president-elect or his transition team is listening to you. You're such a voice of restraint, reason, and preparedness, Colonel. I don't want to get into the politics. Is there any question in your mind but that this device called the Oreshnik was fired in direct response to the American use of ATACMS inside Russia and the British use of Storm Shadows landing inside Russia?
Yes, this is unmistakable. This is a clear, unambiguous signal and message to us. Stop. The next round will not be conventional. The next rounds that fall on you could be nuclear. And we are prepared to do this. We will not submit to you. We will not surrender our sovereignty. We are Russians. We will fight. That's the message. Now, the real question for us is, what in the hell are we doing? We don't want to fight the Russians.
Colonel,
We've never wanted to do that.
I have to interrupt you. Russia is apparently taking seriously the statements by this Admiral Buchanan. And I'm now reading from, Chris, I don't know who this is from, but it looks like it's
Playing with our life.
Sky or RT. Russia urges the United States to exercise restraint after Pentagon statement on exchange of nuclear strikes. Kremlin spokesman reiterates commitment to prevent nuclear conflict, calls on the West to adopt similarly responsible stance. The Russians are being responsible. The Americans are being reckless to the nth degree.
Well, these 4 stars have been coddled and treated as something more than they are, as though they occupy a position on Mount Olympus. The president of the United States, and I don't know who that is right now, because clearly I don't think President Biden knows what's going on, but certainly Lloyd Austin does. I don't know what his views are, but he ought to immediately inform this man to send in his papers. He is going to be retired from active duty immediately. He is removed from office. His deputy, whoever that is, should take over. That is the only action that will mean anything to the Russians. That needs to happen as soon as possible.
What kind of damage do you know this device, ICBM or whatever you want to call it, did?
Well, I don't know how exactly what the parameters of the damage is, because this is a conventional warhead. Remember, these are weapons that were originally designed for nuclear warheads. They're hypersonic, they can't be shot down, and they're designed to shower a target with multiple warheads that are nuclear, which means it's an annihilating strike. We would have seen something that dwarfs Hiroshima. That's what people have to understand. What you saw fall on Hiroshima or Nagasaki were modest in the scale of their destruction compared with what we would have seen if they'd put nuclear warheads on these missiles. This has got to stop. We don't want anything to happen like this. We want it to be over. This is not about who wins and who loses. Everyone loses in a nuclear exchange. We need to prevail upon these people in Kiev to stop. This government needs to stop. We need to get rid of any admirals or generals who are prepared to make reckless public statements. We've had this for too long. A lot of people today don't remember it. When Colin Powell was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, we had this General McPeak from the Air Force who made some reckless comments about reducing Iraq to ashes or a parking lot or something. The Air Force could win the war all on its own, didn't need anybody else. And he was removed just for saying that. And he was replaced by somebody named Fogelman. This is far more serious, Judge. This man is making pronouncements that the Russians think are policy pronouncements. Men in uniform do not make policy. That has to be made very clear. This is out of control.
This person is U.S. Strategic Command spokesman, Rear Admiral Thomas Buchanan. There he is. Now, I'd never heard of this fellow. I don't know if you have. He's a Rear Admiral, so he's not 4 stars. I was mistaken on that. Colonel, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the most serious, how serious has this become in the past 3 days?
10.
Oh.
This Rear Admiral, who's probably a 2-star, and they have Rear Admiral upper half, lower half in the Navy. I suspect he's a 1 or a 2. Not only should he be instantly removed from his position, whoever his boss is, whoever the 4-star in charge is, he should be removed. You've got to make an example of this. These people do not make policy. That spokesman would never have said a thing like that unless he was comfortable doing so.
Right.
The only way he could be comfortable is if he heard his boss make these statements.
What good was accomplished by President Biden or someone in his name authorizing the use of the American ATACMS programmed by Americans, fired by Americans, and the comparable behavior by the Prime Minister of Great Britain? What conceivable good came from that, from
Nothing.
their perspective?
I think these people are confused, and they think that somehow or another they are signaling how strong they are as leaders. This doesn't signal anything but sheer stupidity. This is more bluster and bluff that they ought to restrain. You know, it's hard to even fathom this. I can't imagine anyone back in the 1960s or 70s making comments like this. Everyone seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, and people that didn't were ultimately removed. These people don't know what they're doing. This man, I guess it's Strike Command, has no business making these statements. Policy rests exclusively with the civilian leadership, elected and appointed. Now, these appointed and elected leaders, if they're behind this, then they are suicidal. They are psychopaths. There is no win in this war. Nothing good has been accomplished for Ukraine. Because of us, because of our insistence on trying to harm Russia, millions of people have been driven from their homes. Millions of people have been hurt, harmed, either physically or otherwise. We don't know how many have died. The media have never told the truth. It's at least 700,000 dead Ukrainians, at least, and hundreds of thousands more wounded who will never recover. No one is telling the truth. It's time for the truth. If President Trump does anything, he's got to tell the truth and throw out anyone who doesn't provide him with the truth.
I don't want to aggravate you further, but now we have a direct quote from him. I don't know who General Cotton is, but he says, now this is Admiral Buchanan saying, General Cotton has designated 2024 as the year of action, and 2025 now becomes the year of acceleration, and we are moving out on that end. If and when directed by the president, we are ready to prevail in conflict. Make no bones about it. That's what our forces, your forces, the Air Force, Navy forces that make up the three legs of the triad do every day. Prepare for that potential eventuality. The potential eventuality of which he speaks is nuclear. This is lunacy.
Well, Judge, first of all, the last part of his statement is correct. They're expected to be ready to fight. That's not the issue here. What's strange is the necessity to say it publicly in the way he has.
Right.
Do you understand? I mean, everybody in uniform is always expected to be ready to fight. That is everyone from private through 4 stars, regardless of service. But to come forth now and make that statement in connection with the previous statement that we're prepared for nuclear war at a point in time when the Russians have taken this very seriously and have sent this unmistakable message is extremely ill-advised. It's unwarranted. It should be stopped.
Does the Pentagon
has to get control? This government is on autopilot. Who the hell is in charge?
Right. Well, we don't know who's in charge, Colonel, as you pointed out a little while ago. Knowing the mentality of the Pentagon as you do they understand the gravity of what happened with the use of this weapon and the significance of the statement by this admiral?
I can't speak for the people who are in the building today. When I was on active duty, and this goes back to 2004 and earlier, yes, all the senior officers were very sensitive to this reality. I don't know what they are now. I don't know them personally. I think that Lloyd Austin, if he does nothing else, should stand up and say enough is enough and silence everybody and remove this spokesman along with his boss. And he should be backed in that by the president of the United States, who is the commander in chief, or whomever is telling the president what to do. Because we don't want to become involved in a nuclear conflict with Russia, China, or anyone, anywhere. And we need to wake up, because this is a foretaste of what's coming in the Middle East. Because inevitably in the Middle East, we are going to run into this again. It may not be Russia. It may be Iran. It may be Israel, but it's coming again. We've got to get a hold of ourselves and live in the world that exists, not a fantasy world in which we hold all the cards, we call all the shots. That's over.
Colonel, this weapon that the Russians used, do we have a comparable weapon?
Not right now, no. Now, one of the other weapons, yes, but not hypersonic. Well, that's misleading because all of your intercontinental ballistic missiles that are launched from the continental United States against targets on the Eurasian landmass or anywhere else, they are hypersonic when they re-enter the atmosphere. But this latter weapon that you referred to, with which I'm not personally familiar, is very frightening because it appears to have taken a very low altitude flight path and is frighteningly surprising in its lethality, speed, and impact.
Can it be shot down?
Right now, the answer to that is no. And this is another myth. We've been dealing with this Star Wars myth forever. I recall when I was on active duty, a Russian senior officer said quite bluntly, if you want to dig giant holes in the ground in Alaska and waste your time trying to put missiles in it that would eventually shoot down another ICBM, you can do it. But they realized back in those days, you can't stop the ICBM. If you can break the laws of fractal mathematics at some point, relate light, gravity, and magnetism, then you have energy fields, all sorts of things are possible. But today, it is technologically impossible for us to stop intercontinental ballistic missiles. And this oceanic missile is another example of a hypersonic weapon that we cannot stop.
Colonel McGregor, thank you very much. Your message.
Few understand the true meaning of Russian intercontinental ballistic missile launch against Yuzhmash plant in Dnipro or Dnipropetrovsk region of Ukraine on the morning of November 21, 2024. Russian President Vladimir Putin said that Thursday's attack, which targeted the arms factory in Dnipropetrovsk, was an intermediate-range ballistic missile IRBM, nicknamed Orishnik Hazel by President Putin. Apparently, the mysterious Russian missile is based on RS-26 Rubesh ICBM model, but optimized as an IRBM, as was previously reported. New footage of the launch over Ukraine has emerged online, and it was clearly visible from the sky in the city of Satpayev, Kazakhstan. Witnesses reported seeing what appeared to be a giant meteorite piercing the sky after falling from one of the planets, with the terrifying or amazing footage looking beautiful as it streaked across, passing like a shooting star. The launch of Orishnik intermediate-range ballistic missile marked a significant Russian warning to Ukraine and the West. The target was unusual, not just an ordinary building or model, but one of the largest factories in Ukraine and in the history of the Soviet Union, located in the city of Dnipro. The characteristics of the new Orishnik missile are unmatched in the world. It travels at a speed of Mach 10, or 10 times the speed of sound, moving at a speed of 3 kilometers per second. It is difficult to understand. Orishnik can hit targets at a distance of up to 5,000 kilometers, and its explosive power is 150 kilotons, taking into account 3 to 6 blocks in the missile, with a circular deviation from the target of 50 meters. No air defense system in the world is able to intercept it, or even know its course or even try to do so. It is like a ghost that never appears on radars, even if all countries in the world have been notified in advance. When launched, no one can find out its location, proving its 100% effectiveness. At the same time, there is the issue of the last chance that Russia gives to the enemy.
Let me first express my utter dismay over the unbearable human cost and large-scale destruction in Gaza caused by this conflict. There are no more words to describe what's going on.
The European Union has officially declared that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is on the wanted list of law enforcement agencies across its member states and would be arrested should he dare to set foot in the EU. This came just hours after Chief ICC Prosecutor Karim Khan issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, accusing him of overseeing the total destruction of Gaza and its infrastructure, a situation many countries and humanitarian organizations have labeled as genocide.
I'm filing applications for warrants of arrest before Pretrial Chamber 1 of the International Criminal Court in the situation in the state of Palestine.
The ICC chief prosecutor had announced in May that he was seeking the arrest of Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and 3 Palestinian resistance leaders who have since been killed. After months of political intrigue and global reactions, the warrant has finally been issued, igniting a firestorm of responses. If you love what we do in defense of justice, like, share, and subscribe to help us reach others.
I confirm today that I have reasonable grounds to believe, on the basis of evidence collected and examined by my office, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant bear criminal responsibility for the following international crimes committed on the territory of the State of Palestine from at least the 8th of October 2023. The crimes include starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, willfully causing great suffering, serious injury to body or health or cruel treatment, willful killing or murder, and intentionally directing attacks against a civilian population, as well as crimes against humanity of extermination and or murder, persecution, and allegations of crimes of committing other inhumane acts.
The warrant's issuance has drawn both praise and criticism worldwide, but the dominant sentiment among international observers appears to support the court's decision. Josep Borrell, Vice President of the European Commission, stated that the ICC decision is binding on all EU member states. He emphasized that if Netanyahu were to enter any of the member countries, he would be arrested and handed over to the ICC for prosecution. This is a binding legal obligation under international law, Borrell remarked. He added that the EU, committed to the principles of justice and accountability, would ensure that such decisions are enforced. The move has been described as unprecedented, but not entirely unexpected. For years, Netanyahu's actions in Gaza have attracted widespread condemnation, even from some of Israel's closest allies. It was clear, even to those with limited understanding of the crisis, that Netanyahu exploited the justified need for defense following Palestinian resistance attacks as a cover for what many describe as disproportionate and excessive military retaliation. Netanyahu, commanding one of the most advanced militaries in the world, unleashed overwhelming force against Gaza and area with limited defenses and a predominantly civilian population. The devastation left in the wake of these actions was staggering. Hospitals, schools, shelters, and vital infrastructure, essential for basic human survival, were obliterated. Civilians bore the brunt of the violence, with over 40,000 people, many of them women and children, killed in the relentless bombardment. Calls for a ceasefire from international bodies, humanitarian organizations, and even some of Israel's allies were repeatedly ignored by Netanyahu, who maintained that the assault was necessary for Israel's security. This led the European Union to conclude that Netanyahu and Gallant, who oversaw the military operations, had committed acts that amounted to genocide. For this, the EU declared, there could be no escape from accountability.
International law has to be respected, civilians have to be protected, humanitarian law has to be fulfilled. And I don't think this is happening. I don't think this is happening. There are blatant violations of humanitarian law on the way this war is being conducted. Second thing is that we support a political solution to the conflict. And the only political solution to the conflict in order to build peace is to give the Palestinians and state their dignity and their freedom. And if someone is against this solution, as it seems that Mr. Netanyahu is against it, then it has the obligation of explaining which is the solution to push the Palestinian out. But this is not a solution, because several millions of people will not vanish in the air. Because if the solution is the annihilation of the Palestinians, it will not happen.
The ICC arrest warrants effectively bar Netanyahu and Gallant from entering any of the court's 124 member states. While neither Israel nor the United States are signatories to the ICC's Rome Statute, the court's decisions carry significant weight in the international community. As expected, both countries reacted strongly against the warrants. Netanyahu dismissed the move as anti-Semitic and declared it void, calling it part of a broader campaign to undermine Israel's right to self-defense. His defiance, however, was tinged with visible unease. Despite his bold rhetoric, Netanyahu's demeanor betrayed a leader under immense pressure, aware that his international standing had been deeply compromised. The United States also came to Netanyahu's defense. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre labeled the ICC's move a flawed process and confirmed that the U.S. would not execute the arrest warrants. The United States stands firmly against this decision, which undermines Israel's right to defend itself, she stated. The U.S.'s stance provided Netanyahu with a crucial lifeline, reinforcing his narrative that the ICC's actions were part of a larger conspiracy to weaken Israel's sovereignty.
The anti-Semitic decision of the International Court in The Hague is a modern Dreyfus trial, and it will end the same way. Now an international court in The Hague, also headed by a French judge, is repeating this outrageous offense. It is falsely accusing me, the democratically elected Prime Minister of the State of Israel, and Israel's former Defense Minister, Yoav Gallant, of deliberately targeting civilians. This when we do everything in our power to avoid civilian casualties. We issue millions of text messages, phone calls, leaflets to the citizens of Gaza to get them out of harm's way, while the Hamas terrorists do everything in their power to keep them in harm's way, including shooting them, using them as human shields.
It ain't gonna work.
The court in The Hague accuses us of a deliberate policy of starvation. This when we've supplied Gaza with 700,000 tons of food to feed the people of Gaza. That's 3,200 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza.
Nevertheless, the warrants represent a significant shift in global attitudes towards accountability for actions in conflict zones. Many countries, particularly in Europe and parts of the global south, have welcomed the ICC's decision, seeing it as a long overdue measure to address the suffering of the Palestinian people. For them, the arrest warrants are a step toward justice for decades of what they see as unchecked aggression by Israel in the region. Netanyahu's political future and his ability to navigate the growing legal and diplomatic challenges remain uncertain. With the ICC's decision now, part of the international narrative, it has become increasingly difficult for him to portray his actions in Gaza as purely defensive. The question of accountability for the destruction in Gaza and the lives lost continues to loom large, and the world watches to see whether the ICC's bold move will lead to actual justice or remain a symbolic gesture in a highly polarized international system. However, the United States might be a bulwark against the implementation of this warrant of arrest. The US, historically critical of the International Criminal Court, ICC, may explore punitive measures against ICC prosecutors following the issuance of an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In line with its previous opposition to the court's decisions that implicate its allies, Washington could deploy economic and diplomatic tools to pressure the ICC and its staff. Sanctions targeting Chief ICC Prosecutor Karim Khan and other senior officials, similar to those imposed during the Trump administration, could be reinstated. Such actions would send a clear message of US disapproval, emphasizing its commitment to shielding Netanyahu from legal jeopardy while maintaining strategic alliances in the Middle East. To avert a potential arrest of Netanyahu around the world, the US could use its considerable diplomatic influence to dissuade ICC member states from acting on the warrant. By leveraging its position within international organizations, the US could seek to undermine the enforceability of the ICC's decisions. This may involve bilateral agreements with member states that include assurances of non-cooperation with the court in the context of Netanyahu's case. Additionally, the US could use its military and intelligence resources to monitor Netanyahu's movements and provide real-time support to ensure his security during international visits, effectively creating a protective shield around him. Such interventions by the US would, however, carry significant implications for the international justice system and accountability. Critics argue that US actions would further erode the ICC's credibility and embolden powerful leaders to act with impunity, knowing they have the backing of major allies. By undermining the court, the US risks setting a dangerous precedent, signaling to the world that accountability for alleged war crimes is subject to geopolitical interests rather than universal legal standards. This could weaken global mechanisms designed to uphold justice and protect vulnerable populations from atrocities. The broader implications for Gaza, which has endured a year of devastating violence and destruction, cannot be ignored. The ICC's arrest warrant against Netanyahu represents, for many, a long overdue step toward justice for the more than 40,000 lives lost in the enclave, mostly civilians, and the complete decimation of its infrastructure. If the US successfully shields Netanyahu from prosecution, it could undermine international efforts to address these atrocities and fuel further disillusionment among Palestinians and global human rights advocates. The cry to end the carnage in Gaza risks being silenced, with the message that accountability is negotiable when it involves powerful nations or their allies. Ultimately, the US's stance on this issue highlights the inherent tensions between geopolitics and international justice. While protecting Netanyahu aligns with Washington's strategic interests in the Middle East, it poses significant challenges to the global fight against impunity. The international community faces a crucial moment, either rallying behind the ICC's decisions to ensure accountability or yielding to a world order where power overrides justice, leaving vulnerable populations like those in Gaza to continue bearing the brunt of unchecked violence.
Hi everybody, today's Thursday, November 21st, and Professor Marandi is here with us with the breaking news that we've learned that ICC we learned about ICC arrest warrants issued for Netanyahu and Gallant, the former defense minister of Israel. Professor Manandi, welcome back to our program.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Nima.
How did you find this news, breaking news, and what's the importance of this in your opinion?
It's very important. If you recall, when the South African complaint was sent to the ICJ, there was a huge impact across the world. The West tried to downplay it. I recall when the South Africans were stating their complaint, for example, the BBC, if I'm not mistaken, didn't show it. And then they showed the full rebuttal of the Israeli regime the following day. But anyone who read the indictment would have been shocked. And a lot of people after reading the indictment, after reading the complaint of the South Africans, they switched their position and they started calling what was happening in Gaza a genocide. So it had a huge global impact. The ICC, I think, in a way, is even more significant because there was a lot of pressure and there were a lot of threats coming from Western governments, and many were skeptical that anything would happen. And ultimately, when Netanyahu and his Minister of Genocide, former Minister of Genocide, were indicted, I think not only was it broadly welcomed, but it was a major condemnation. It was very damning, not just for the Israeli regime, but the entire West. The collective
Biden,
West,
Kamala Harris,
I think, was
Lloyd
indicted
Austin,
for war crimes.
Anthony Blinken.
Because all of those governments that were complicit, that have been complicit, that continue to be complicit, Western governments, from New Zealand to Canada, from the United States to Germany, all of them are condemned indirectly. Whether it's the Western media, whether it's Western diplomats, all of them are guilty for being a part of this crime against these crimes against humanity. And it was I think therefore a shock, a surprise to many that the ICC came out with this under that sort of pressure. But I think that the implications for the West will be serious. Nothing will happen to Netanyahu. Nothing will happen to anyone in the Israeli hierarchy. But what does happen is that the regime is further delegitimized in the eyes of the international community, and the West is further humiliated and exposed for being every bit a part of it, just as guilty of the genocide and the Holocaust in Gaza and the genocidal attacks in Lebanon and the murderous airstrikes in Syria and elsewhere. They're just guilty as the Israeli regime.
Here is what Joseph Borrell said, that the EU considers the ICC warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant binding to be implemented. So far, we've learned from Swiss government, from Belgium, and Netherlands, Canada, they were talking about if Netanyahu goes there, they're going to arrest him. But do you think this type of message from ICC to these countries, as you mentioned, they were part of this campaign against Gazans, they were helping Israel, are they going to change their view, their strategy? Are they going to change their policy? Let's put it that way.
Not for the time being. I mean, Joseph Borrell, I retweeted him, and I said, I don't remember the exact words, but I said, so says the man or the partner in genocide. These are the Canadian government, the Australian government, the New Zealand government, and I'm naming these, first, rather than the United States and the Germans and the British. All of them are complicit in these crimes. Every single one of them, all of their leaders, all of their diplomats and embassies across the world, all of the legacy media journalists, they're all complicit in these crimes because they gave the regime the weapons, they gave and continue to give the regime the ammunition, and they give aid, financial aid, military aid, and they give political cover. All of these embassies, these foreign ministries, they are a part of this genocide. They are partners in these crimes. And then the media has been spreading disinformation from the beginning. If you recall, and we've gone over this before, but if you recall, when the first outrage that shifted public opinion across the globe dramatically in Gaza was when the Israelis bombed the hospital, killing hundreds of people. And since the tide was rapidly turning against the Israeli regime, because remember, the first few weeks, the Western media was using disinformation, lying about beheadings and about rape and all that, which turned out to be false because there's never been any evidence to show that these things happened. But they were using these lies to help the Israelis begin the genocide. So they were all complicit. Then when the Israelis bombed the hospital and killed hundreds, immediately Western media, along with the Israelis, tried to somehow blame the Palestinians. And a rocket misfired, small rocket killing hundreds of people, something that was impossible. They knew it was a lie. There was no evidence of it. And it was not even possible for a small rocket to do that. But they were lying to help the Israeli regime get away with these crimes. And they've been doing that ever since. And they will continue to do so if they can until the last Palestinian is dead, until the last Lebanese citizen is dead, or the last Syrian is killed. That is how these people think. That is how these people work. It's not just the Israelis. It goes far beyond Israel. However, public opinion across the world has shifted. And public opinion in the United States has shifted. And public opinion across Europe has shifted. These regimes are undermining themselves as the genocide has continued over almost, let's say, 14 months now. As it's continued, the hatred for Zionism has increased. Layer after layer of new crimes and new genocidal attacks in Lebanon, in Syria, in Gaza, in the West Bank. We had more killings in the West Bank. We had more killings, bombings in Syria. Today, we had a large number of Lebanese who were slaughtered across the country. And of course, Gaza, we all know. Every day that these happen, the animosity becomes hardened across the world. It increases and it becomes hardened. When something becomes hardened, it's not forgotten after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It is there permanently. So public opinion across the world, they've been hardened against Zionism and against this genocide. And this, the ICC indictment and the arrest warrant is not going to change anything on the ground. We're not going to see Netanyahu arrested in Canada. Canada will continue to give whatever it can to help with the genocide, but they'll say Netanyahu can't come here, and he has no plans to go there anyway. But what it does is that it impacts public opinion even further, especially since the ICC and the ICJ, like all international bodies created post-Second World War, they are all under Western influence. None of them are independent bodies. All of them are disproportionately influenced by the West, and especially when the United States threatens people in the ICC or the ICJ with sanctions, that causes fear. But despite the threat of sanctions, despite the threat of punishment, they had to make this indictment. And I think that says a lot. That shows how bad things are for the United States. That shows how bad things are for Germany. That shows how bad things are for the Israeli regime. So in a sense, I think that this is even bigger than the ICJ. The ICJ, the South African complaint, was very influential, as I said, in changing the views of many people. I recall Professor Mearsheimer, for example, after reading the South African complaint, he said that this is a genocide. So it was very impactful. This, I think, goes far. This has much greater impact than that, because we have an arrest warrant, we have an indictment, but also this has been going on for almost 14 months now.
Do you think that this warrant would awaken the Muslim countries, especially I'm talking about Saudi Arabia, which was against Yemen, and Turkey was against in that false flag operation against Bashar al-Assad in Syria? These countries are key and are so important, I think, when it comes to the unity of the Muslim world.
It's going to be a lot more difficult for Mr. Erdogan to continue transferring oil from Baku, cheap oil from Baku, to the Israeli regime under these circumstances, because he is aiding a person that has been indicted by the ICC, that has an arrest warrant from the ICC. He has no excuse anymore. He's been dragging his feet for 14 months now almost. He pretends to have cut off trade. We know that trade continues through third parties, but the key thing is the oil. The same is true with Aliyev in Baku. The pressure increase against him increases against all of them. It increases against the Jordanian king, Abdullah. The pressure increases against Mohammed bin Zayed in the UAE. The pressure increases in Saudi Arabia and in Egypt and in Morocco and across the world, in Europe and North America and in the West in general too. But these governments are going to have a much more difficult time convincing their people that their policy of doing absolutely nothing, if not actually helping the Israeli regime, is the right way forward. This is going to make people more angry, and if you know that this brings the legitimacy of these leaders more at risk, and it also is, for people like Mr. Erdogan, it can wreck his legacy for generations to come. He recognizes that, I'm sure.
As you know, as we talked before, in the Jerusalem Post, there was an article that the southern Lebanon is the northern Israel. And right now, the Israeli Minister of National Security proposed extending the country's sovereignty over the West Bank in response to ICC. Do they really think that they can capture these lands that are not belong to them? How is that possible right now with this wave of animosity, the wave of hatred that they're having toward these people? They don't have anything in Gaza. They don't have anything to fight against Israel. How do you see the policy right now? Are they going to capture the West Bank or maybe in the northern part of Gaza?
Well, they have the West Bank. It is under their control, but for them to annex it is going to be very costly. And the same is true in Lebanon. Of course, they can take Lebanon. Hezbollah will ensure that they are defeated, and they will be soundly defeated. But all of these acts, all of these claims, all of these statements only hurt the regime further. The regime they live in a bubble. In the case of Israel, their population lives in a bubble. But Western regimes are in their own bubbles as well. In London, in Paris, in Berlin, in Washington. They're all in a bubble. In this indictment, it speaks about intentionally starving the population. It speaks about depriving children of anesthetics, children who are being operated on. intentionally preventing anesthetics from entering Gaza. This is the sort of barbarism that Canada and New Zealand are supporting. And by the way, New Zealand just a couple of days ago, or yesterday, declared Hezbollah's political wing to be a terror organization. But they're aiding a regime that is starving people, according to the ICC. They are aiding a regime that is preventing children from having anesthetics in the operating theater. That is the reality of New Zealand. That is the reality of Australia. That is the reality of Canada and Norway and Switzerland. This is the reality. And by behaving in such a manner, what these regimes do is that they completely demolish themselves and the collective West, Western values, Western liberalism, Western civilization. All these become meaningless in the eyes of the international community. The West can no longer talk about human rights or women's rights or children's rights or animal rights or anything to anyone anymore. They cannot say anything about North Korea. They can't. And this is going to have ramifications everywhere. It's going to have ramifications. It's going to have implications for Latin America. It will impact Africa. And by the way, this is not a unique situation. What they did to Syria, the siege, the sanctions that they've imposed on Syria are not very different. They're trying to starve Syria. Right now, Cuba has no electricity because there's no fuel. The Americans will sanction any tanker that takes fuel to Cuba. So people in Cuba don't have electricity anymore. They don't have public transport. They have to walk miles every day to get to work. They're trying to crush the population. So people put two and two together, whether they're in Latin America, whether they're in West Asia, whether they're in Africa, and they see this pattern. They see how the West does this everywhere. But the ICC condemnation, I think, is something that will be influential among in how young Westerners see their governments. A generation of people will become increasingly skeptical about the legitimacy of their own regimes. Because remember, Justin Trudeau is Netanyahu. They are one and the same. They've enabled this for well over a year. The German chancellor, the French president, they are Netanyahu. The British prime minister is Netanyahu. The leaders in Australia and New Zealand, they are Netanyahu. There's no difference between them and Netanyahu. They have deprived children of anesthetics. They have imposed starvation on the people of Palestine. The BBC is a part of it. CNN is a part of it. The Guardian is a part of it. Fox News is a part of it. Western diplomats and embassies across the world, they're a part of it. They are a part of this starvation. So many young people in the West and beyond, but in the West in particular, they're going to be seeing their own states in a different light. They've been taught for generations that they're exceptional, that they are superior, that they're more civilized, that they're the free world, meaning that the rest is not the enslaved world, that they are the civilized world, that the rest of us, meaning, are not civilized. But then they see that their governments are the ones who are actually carrying out these crimes. So when Joseph Borrell makes tweets like this, he can't hide the fact that he is very much a part of it. Early on, Joseph Borrell went on Al Jazeera Arabic, and the contradictions in his statements a year ago were so clear for anyone to see. It's obvious what he was after. It's obvious what Western leaders are. They cannot escape the crimes that they've committed.
We've learned from the upcoming National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. He says that the ICC has no credibility as anti-Semitic. We can understand what would be the policy of the Trump administration with this statement on the part of his national security advisor. But this is one part of the story. The other part would be the countries in the West Asia, the countries who can change something, who can do something important, something substantial for Gazans and right now for the southern part of Lebanon. Do you see a future with the Trump administration in office in 2025? Do you see a situation that we can have some sort of mutual understanding between Muslim countries?
I don't think President Erdogan or Mohammed bin Zayed or General Sisi or Abdullah in Jordan, all of them have any intention of doing anything for Palestine. I don't think that they have any intention to change their policy. But they have been forced to make some changes. The Turkish president has been forced to put some limitations on trade. He has been forced to increase the rhetoric. The same is true in Saudi Arabia. Recently, we saw Mohammed bin Salman call what is going on in Gaza genocide, something which he didn't say before. So as pressure mounts across the world and in this region, these leaders are forced to take more steps, especially since the resistance has been so successful. When the resistance in Gaza, after almost 14 months, is still fighting and still killing Israeli occupation soldiers, when the resistance in Lebanon has forced the Israeli regime to constantly retreat back to the border after heavy battles, when the Israeli regime shows its weaknesses in its strikes against Iran, and Iran's missile strikes are seen as more powerful and more effective, then people in the countries across the region ask themselves, then why are our governments doing nothing? Why do they still have embassies? Why are they still doing trade? So the pressure is building, but it's not only in this region, it's across the world. Trump, we're no fans of Trump, just like we're no fans of Biden here in Iran. But Trump will have to take into consideration the fact that the Israeli regime is despised across the world, and even the international bodies that are based in the West and that are disproportionately influenced by the West, they've turned against the Israeli regime. So it's going to make it just that much more costly for Trump to give his full support for Netanyahu. It's going to become all that more costly for the regime in London to do the same, for New Zealand to do the same. It's not going to just be costly globally, but it's going to be more costly at home, because for these regimes to have control over their societies, to have stability at home, they have to be seen as highly legitimate. They have to be seen as moral. If in New Zealand, people see that the New Zealand government is supporting starvation, if they're supporting murder, if they're supporting the prevention of anesthetics getting into Gaza, then that has ramifications for New Zealand in general. I'm not saying that this ruling of the ICC is going to turn things upside down in the West and that it's going to bring about global upheaval, but it's just one more step towards greater Western isolation, towards greater Israeli delegitimization, and towards greater discontent at home in the West, among the youth in particular, about the nature of these societies that claim to be more civilized than others, that claim to be free, unlike others, that claim to be morally and spiritually superior and more open than other societies. People no longer will believe that.
I think the importance of this arrest warrant is how it's able to break the rhetoric in the West, because so far, as you mentioned, in the mainstream media, they're talking about Israel has its right to fight against these people who are attacking. But it's not, they're not attacking. Israel is attacking them. Israel is committing genocide. It's important in the mainstream media. And the way, do you think, how is it going to influence the mainstream media? Is it going to have some sort of radical change in the rhetoric in the mainstream media, or they're going to continue the same way that they've been doing this?
I don't think that the Western media is going to change at all unless it feels, in order to maintain a degree of relevance in Western society and beyond, that it has to change. In other words, change will be, if there is change, it will be imposed upon them. And I don't think it will be major change, but it gradually it could grow, because we saw that in Vietnam, for example, when the United States engaged in the crimes in Vietnam, Americans were on board. Overwhelmingly, they supported the war against Vietnam. And those who refused to fight, they were demonized. The famous case of Muhammad Ali. But gradually, when the body bags begin to...
Remember, I told you, I was just saying it yesterday, we used to have, our leaders used to be against war. Dr. King and Ali, they hated war. You can't find somebody that's supposed to be a leader of our people that's speaking out against these goddamn wars that's bringing us to World War III, because they bought and paid for by the Democratic Party. They love war.
To come in, and more Americans began to die. And back then it was a conscript army, so everyone really was involved. Rich, poor, everyone had to go. Their kids had to go. Gradually, as things got worse, increasingly young people began to read about the history of Vietnam, and they were learning about things that they weren't being told in the media. And as the war failed, and I think perhaps the Tet Offensive was a turning point, then the media began to gradually turn against the war, because it was becoming a major problem for the United States. So it can happen that the media will gradually shift in subtle ways, but it won't be because they're decent people. These are the people who've been fully supporting the genocide until now. They've been supporting starvation, they've been supporting mass slaughter, they've been supporting, again, depriving children of anesthetics. They've been on board all the way. So if governments do shift slightly, if the media shifts, I think it's basically because they have concerns about the situation at home. I think they're more concerned about the situation at home. Not that they'll be overthrown, but this causes problems in these countries, and these problems will be long term. And it's not just at home, but also abroad. If the BBC is seen as genocidal, which it is, then it becomes irrelevant. And then the more irrelevant it becomes, the less influential it becomes. So sometimes the media, for tactical reasons, they have to subtly shift as well. So I think there is a possibility of some change in the West, some change in the media, but I don't think it's going to be sincere.
I think what Hezbollah is doing right now in the southern Lebanon is so important, not just for Lebanese, it's for Gazans, for the people in the West Bank. From what we've seen in the latest talk of the leader of Hezbollah, how do you find their strategy right now? What are they going to do?
Well, it was a very good speech, and I advise your viewers to go to the Al-Manar website, which belongs to the TV that is associated with Hezbollah, and read the transcript with English translation. Hezbollah has shown itself to be the force that can defeat the Israelis. It is now the hope of the region. Ansarullah has played an enormous role. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have been playing a crucial and continue to play, all of them play a crucial role. But Hezbollah right now on the battlefield is determining the fate of the region. And the leadership in Hezbollah is also playing a very, very sophisticated political role as well, because they have to manage the situation in Lebanon. Remember, unlike in Gaza, where Hamas had full control and Islamic Jihad cooperated with them, so there was no force that could stab them in the back. In Lebanon, you have Western embassies that are constantly conspiring against Lebanon. You have Western NGOs that constantly conspire against the people of Lebanon. And you have fascists like Samir Jaja and the Lebanese forces who are conspiring with Western embassies and the Israeli regime against Lebanon. Samir Jaja was a key player in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, which killed 3,500 Palestinians and Shia Muslims in 1982, when the Israeli regime invaded Lebanon and took Beirut. They sent these people, these fascists, into the Sabra and Shatila camp in southern Beirut. I've been there quite a few times. And they slaughtered 3,500 people within 36 hours. And these are the allies of Western embassies. These are the people that the Western embassies are sitting together and having dinner with and thinking of and discovering ways to overthrow the resistance and undermine the resistance and to create some sort of civil war so the Israelis could win in the south. So what Hezbollah has to do is that it has to negotiate in a way which doesn't give the enemies of Lebanon, the enemy within, and its external allies, meaning Western regimes, an excuse to create internal division and internal strife, and at the same time fight the Israeli regime in the south. It is extraordinary how sophisticated Hezbollah and its allies have been. And the overwhelming population, the overwhelming majority of Lebanon is behind it. The Palestinian refugees, the Sunni population, the many Christians, most Druze, and I don't know numbers, but all faiths and all sects and communities, except for these certain groups that are affiliated to foreign powers, they are with Hezbollah. But Hezbollah has to make sure that that the political situation in the country remains calm so that they can continue fighting the enemy. So on the battlefield, they are doing well despite the odds. And politically, they're playing a very sophisticated game to make sure that the unity of Lebanon and the political factions and parties and the population, it remains intact as the war progresses.
You mentioned in your Twitter account or X account that Iran will soon hammer Israel. And what would be that, when would be that exact moment that Iran decides that this is the right moment to attack Israel? Because we know that Iran has a lot of patience with the responses they had before. But in your opinion, when would be that moment for Iran, for the Iranian government to decide about that?
Well, my belief is that the Iranian response will be of a different nature than what we saw in True Promise 2. It will be much more powerful. It will be much more devastating. I don't mean a few more missiles. I mean, it will be a different level. So it will be very punishing. And I think it's obvious why. First of all, the Israeli regime carried out aggression against Iran. Every time Iran responded to aggression. The Israelis did it again. So now the Iranians feel that they have to make sure that the Israeli regime and its Western allies rethink their calculations. Because so far, every time Iran strikes, the Israelis show no regret and they go further. And in the last strike, the airstrike against Iran, which was a failure, I mean, it did cause some damage, but it was a failure. No doubt about that. There was no destruction of the nuclear program or some fake nuclear weapons program. Actually, the head of the IAEA said that in Parchin, contrary to what the Israeli regime was saying, is claiming that there is no Iranian nuclear program, civilian or otherwise. There were no secondary explosions anywhere in Iran for anyone to see. It was a failure. But despite that, in that attack, the Americans were deeply involved. The Americans assisted the Israeli regime all the way, in many ways. Despite that, the regime failed. So what the Iranians will be doing is they're going to strike so hard that not just so that not just not does the that it forces the Israeli regime to change its calculations. Not Netanyahu. Netanyahu will not change his calculations. Because for Netanyahu, this is all about Netanyahu. This is not about even the interests of the regime. This is about preserving power. But Iran wants to make the regime change its calculations. But more important than the Israeli regime is the backers of the regime. The Israeli regime, we all know, would collapse utterly without daily Western support for this genocidal regime, whose leaders have been indicted, who have arrest warrants. Without their daily support, the regime would collapse. But Iran wants the calculations of the United States to change. So I think Iran will strike very hard not to teach the Israeli regime, not just to teach the Israeli regime a lesson, but also to force it to recalculate and to force its allies to rethink their policies. So I think Iran is going to, and Iran has every just reason to do so. They attacked Iran. They injured the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon in the Beeper terror attack. He was severely wounded, and he's just now recovering and going back to Lebanon. Just as many of the other victims, Lebanese victims, have recovered or recovering for the most part. So he's going back, but he was a victim of an assassination. That is going to be a part of the punishment. And then also, Iran will seek to strike the Israeli regime in a way which will push, will change calculations and thus push the regime towards accepting a ceasefire that's acceptable to the resistance.
We are witnessing right now that the Biden administration, in its final days in office in Washington, they're just giving the permission to the Ukrainian government to hit deep into the Russian soil. On the other hand, it seems that they're trying to make a deal in Lebanon. They send the Hochstein to Lebanon, who is an Israeli, who was serving for Israel in their military, and right now is the U.S. envoy to Lebanon to talk with them to make a deal, to cut a deal between Lebanese and Israelis. How do you see the way that the Biden administration is managing right now in the Middle East, in Lebanon especially?
Well, you know, and I'm sure many in your audience know, that the U.S. negotiator who's negotiating on behalf of the White House is an Israeli who served in the Israeli armed forces and in the subjugation of the Palestinian people he participated in. So this is the honest broker This is the United States being an honest broker. And I think that this is, this again shows that the United States is not in touch with it. It's detached from reality. The Americans and Israelis are not going to get from Lebanon, through negotiations, what they're unable to achieve on the battlefield. And all of these escalations that we've been seeing over the past few weeks, they are all to undermine Trump. So Biden is taking big risks, and so are his European allies, in order to tie the hands of Trump. Trump needs peace because the U.S. economy is in a terrible state, and it's going to get a lot worse pretty soon. But also, he's going to be at war with the deep state. And so the Biden regime and the allies of the Biden regime across NATO, they want to create problems for Trump so that when he comes in, his hands are tied, as I said. So the ridiculous accusation of Iran attempting to assassinate Trump, that's where it comes from. The escalation with Ukraine, the sudden rush to send in the rest of the aid allocated by Congress to Ukraine before January the 20th, you have to look at it within that context. The usage of longer range missiles in the ATACMS system, which is manned by American soldiers, we have to see it within that context. And the Americans are waging war now against Russia because American soldiers are now directly involved. We have to see that within this context. And of course, the censure of Iran at the International Atomic Energy Agency that is imminent, we have to see it within that context. They are escalating across the board to make sure Trump has his hands are tied when it comes to foreign policy, and that makes it all the more difficult for him to deal with the FBI, to deal with the CIA, to deal with the national security establishment and the deep state and the economy. They're setting him up for failure. That's what I mean. He's not the good guy. They're all the same, but they're hostile towards one another. So we have to see this all within this context. And interestingly, the Americans and their allies, they're escalating with Russia and the Iranians and the resistance at the same time. And it only makes it more difficult for them. They're overstretched as it is. And now they're pushing the Russians to react more harshly, which they have to do. Because, Nima, one thing that I think is lost upon many people is that whenever a country tries to deal with the West in good faith, the West slaps them in the face. Iran's nuclear deal was seen, what the Iranian side was showing goodwill. The Western side, instead of seeing this as goodwill, they saw it as a sign of Iranian weakness. And they took advantage of Iran. Immediately, Obama began violating the deal. And then Trump tore up the deal. The Minsk Accords, then the Istanbul negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. All of these show that the West is incapable of signing a deal and abiding by it. They are unreliable. And so so Iran cannot repeat history anymore. Iran cannot sign another JCPOA because they know that the West is going to betray it. It's going to be much harder for Iran to ever negotiate with the West again under these regimes. The same is true with the Russians. So the Russians are going to have to be firm with the West to be taken seriously, so that the West, because if the Russians show goodwill, the West will take advantage of it. They'll see it as a sign of weakness. They won't see this as goodwill. Right now, look what the Europeans are doing. They've invited a very horrible terror organization that fought for Saddam Hussein against Iran, that murdered 17,000 people in Iran, the MEK terror organization, which is a cult. They invited them to the European Parliament. Or just today, we saw over 100 people slaughtered in Pakistan by extremists. We know these extremists, these Takfiri extremists, where their funding comes from. The terror attacks that they carry out in Iran, in Pakistan, and elsewhere, in Syria. All of these have been creations of Western intelligence agencies. In Russia, how come none of these horrific attacks take place in Europe or North America? They all happen in Iran or Russia or Pakistan, because they are trying to destabilize the region. So the West cannot be trusted. Showing goodwill to the West only gets you a slap in the face. So Russia is going to have to escalate, and we saw Putin's speech tonight. He will escalate, and the Iranians will have to respond to the Israeli regime. They will have to hit the regime very hard, because Iran knows that if it does not do so, the Israeli regime will do it again, and the West will encourage them and support them. So the West is created in a very, very dangerous situation. We're in the last few weeks of the Biden regime are very dangerous. People thought that it would be Trump that's more dangerous, but I think it's actually, at least the way it looks now, it seems as if the Biden regime is actually more dangerous. Trump, we don't know what he's going to do, but he has said he doesn't want war. Not because he's a good guy. I mean, some people have said that Trump is the only US president who didn't start a war. That's not true, actually. It was the Iranians that prevented a war. He murdered General Soleimani, who led the fight against ISIS in Syria and Iraq and Lebanon, and the same ISIS that was created by the US and its allies. Trump himself admitted that when he was campaigning for the presidency in 2015. He admitted that. He admitted that the United States created ISIS, and I think General Michael Flynn probably informed him of the facts. So he murdered General Soleimani. Iran retaliated, but Iran did not want a regional war. So, but now it seems that as the US declines, and as the Western empire declines, and as the global South rises, and as the United States and its allies are become increasingly overstretched, Trump recognizes that he needs peace, or at least that's what he's saying. We don't know what he's going to do. But it's interesting that people are not just hoping that Biden will go as soon as possible, but he will be remembered, and so will Jake Sullivan, and so will Trudeau, and so will the leaders, all these European leaders, and the Secretary of State, as the people who are allied to Netanyahu. They were a part of this starvation siege. They were a part of the extermination of the Palestinian people and the genocidal attacks against Lebanon and Syria. They were a part of the conspiracy to prevent children from having anesthetics in the operation room. That is what all of these leaders will be remembered for, and so will politicians across the board in the West, and so will mainstream or legacy media journalists, and so will Western diplomats. All of them will be remembered for what they did to the Palestinian people. And what the ICC did will only make this more clear for people today, but this will be remembered for generations to come.
I think the domestic policy in the United States is not only destroying the international community, but is destroying the United States from within. And nobody knows who's going to be let's go with that assumption that Iran and Russia would make a deal with Donald Trump. Nobody knows who's going to be the next president of the United States. Is he going to abide by those agreements? Is he going to?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. No one would even know if Trump will abide by those agreements. And if Trump does abide by these hypothetical agreements, no one knows if the next president, as you rightly put it, would abide. That's why no one can take negotiations with the West seriously anymore. The Minsk Accords were the Germans and the French. It's not just the Americans. You cannot take the West seriously. So you made an excellent point. Let us pretend that Trump comes to terms with Iran and Russia, and he behaves in a rational and sane manner, despite his history. And he comes to some sort of agreement through indirect negotiations or whatever. How do we know that he's going to abide by those agreements? How do we know that the person who comes after him will abide by those agreements? That's not what the Americans do. That's not how the United States works. As I once said, and I haven't found the quote, but I read it somewhere from a credible source, that when Clinton was president, he said that the United States abides by all of its commitments, unless it doesn't have to. And the audience laughed. Why? Because the United States is the exceptional power. Because the United States is above the law. Because the West is above the law. They are superior to us. They are superior to us. That's how they see themselves. So when you're exceptional, that means you can change the rules, but everyone else has to abide by the rules. If the Iranians violate something, they will be attacked. If the Russians violate something, they'll be punished. If the Chinese interpret something in a way in which the West doesn't like it, they'll go after them. But the West, they can do whatever they want to do. And the media will justify it. And the 40 or so Western countries, some of them, these tiny countries on the map in Europe, which we can't even find. We don't know exactly where they are. These 40 or so countries, they're a bloc. They'll vote against, and these small, and they have through their hegemony, collective hegemony, they get votes from these vulnerable and weak countries in the Pacific and in some countries in Africa. America will vote for them, so they become a big bloc to condemn Iran for human rights, or the Russians for whatever. But that's not going to work anymore. They can't do that anymore. Their numbers, their supporters are dwindling. Their credibility is destroyed. Countries across the world are tilting away from them. Even at the UN, which is a completely discredited organization, they're not getting the votes that they used to get. The world is changing. It's changing very fast. And again, the ICC ruling, the arrest warrant for Netanyahu and his former defense minister, the indictment, and the indictment is, people should read the text. It is going to damage things further for the West collectively. People are going to read this. Young university students in the United States are going to see this. People across the global South are going to see this. And they're going to see that after the ICC indicts Netanyahu, the West will continue to support him. The West will continue to aid in the system. So how can the West in future ever talk about human rights and human dignity and human life and the sanctity of human life and all these fake slogans that they've always been using in their NGOs across the world that have been trying to who've been civilizing us. They've been constantly trying to civilize the global South and teach us how to abide by human rights. How can they talk about these things anymore after what they've done and after what we saw at the ICJ and at the ICC, but most importantly, what we've seen with our own eyes, what we're seeing every day. I'm not a big fan of Twitter. And ever since this genocidal war began, I've been tweeting a lot. Before that, I wouldn't tweet often. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I've been removed from Facebook and Instagram, so, but I've been posting a lot of these clips and a lot of the footage of the genocide, whether in Lebanon, whether in Syria, whether in the West Bank or in Gaza, and it's disturbing, and it really weighs people down. It makes your day dark, even for me. When I'm doing it, it doesn't give you a good feeling. But I'm constantly trying to remind people who see me on their timeline that this is continuing. You're having lunch, people are being killed. We're having dinner, people are being killed. We're going to bed, people are being slaughtered. You wake up in the morning, while we were asleep, they were being massacred, they were being starved. We have to we're constantly being reminded by others, and we are reminding others ourselves that this is ongoing. So put that aside with the ICJ, the ICC, and the West has really destroyed itself.
Thank you, Professor.
And meanwhile, the judge is making money on it. The judge is making money on it. The judge's family is making money on it for stuff that you yourself wouldn't do. No one's going to buy this. No one's going to believe it. It's going to create great disruption. And I am saddened by it because, like you, I have given my life to the law. I care deeply about the law. And I think that the lawfare we've seen against President Trump will do great damage well beyond our time in public service.
Hey guys, so I have breaking news. I wanted to give it to you guys. I was getting ready to film and set up, and I said, you know what? Let me just drop this because it just came out. But Judge Merchan, the crooked judge overseeing President Trump's hush money trial in New York City, just adjourned President Trump's November 26th sentencing date. That's right, guys. So people have been waiting for this to come down the pipeline, if Trump was going to be sentenced or not. And it looks like it has been adjourned. Now, there are many who believe it should be dismissed. I am one who thinks it should be dismissed. Most people, we know that it was lawfare that was used in this. But let me just show you this, the snapshot here of this actual, of the actual document and what came down. But it is an adjournment. So he is not going to be sentencing Trump before the election, which makes sense. Trump is president. And I know Judge Merchan is shaking in his boots because there was a lot of corruption in this case. We know that it was lawfare to try to stop Trump from running for president. It was election interference, in my opinion, and many legal scholars' opinions as well, those on the left and the right. I'm going to give you a few more details on what happened, and then you are not going to want to miss. I'm going to show you some videos of Matt Gaetz confronting not Judge Merchan, but Merrick Garland, the current sitting U.S. attorney, as well as some information on why this was so corrupt and why Judge Merchan should have never taken up this hush money case in the first place. So you're not going to want to miss that. But of course, we know this all leads back to the whore, Stormy Daniels, and her trying to just, get her clout and her coins up in order to, promote herself. And they thought this would be a slam dunk, and that Trump would go into the abyss and be sentenced and never heard from again, and he wouldn't be president. But my, oh my, her and Michael Cohen, they, I wouldn't want to be them right now. But it says Judge Juan Merchan, overseeing President-elect Donald Trump's hush money case trial in New York City, has adjourned the November 26th sentencing date, according to investigative journalist Laura Loomer. And that's where I got that tweet from. She was the first person to break this news. The decision follows Trump's recent electoral victory over Vice President Kamala Harris, leaving the case's future in question. Now, there's some more I want to give you details about that may not be here, but that's the tweet that I already read to you guys and showed you. But it's not, the fight continues, guys, and you're going to see why in a few minutes. Prosecutors were expected to inform the judge on Tuesday whether the criminal case involving falsified business records should proceed to sentencing or be dismissed. Trump's legal team has pushed for dismissal, citing his electoral win as a complicating factor. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office had opposed this request, but asked Merchan to delay his ruling to evaluate the case's viability post-election. Trump was convicted in May on 34 felony charges of falsifying business records. Like when they keep talking about, oh, he's a convicted felon, falsifying business records, which I do not believe. Michael Cohen admitted to stealing from Donald Trump. We only have the word of Michael Cohen that Trump knew anything about this. It's just a bunch of BS. We know Michael Cohen is a convicted liar, a convicted thief. So he admitted to lying to stealing from Trump on the stand, but yet he was a credible witness in New York. Okay. Let me continue. Merchan granted the DA's office 1 week to assess the situation. If the case proceeds, Trump's sentencing could be delayed until after he leaves the White House in over 4 years. Prosecutors have indicated that any potential jail sentence would not be served during his presidency. No shite, Sherlock. That is illegal. 2 separate federal cases against Trump are also expected to be dismissed, given his ability to influence the Department of Justice, which traditionally does not prosecute sitting presidents. So it's not illegal, but they don't go after sitting presidents. That's a policy. This leaves Trump's legal fate uncertain, but significantly impacted by his return to the White House. And we know that Merrick Garland was in charge of the DOJ. We know that that it was weaponized in order to try to bring down Trump. And now that he has put forth Matt Gaetz as the Attorney General of the United States, now that has come out, I wanted to show you Matt Gaetz confronting Merrick Garland specifically about this case.
Did you ever have a family member profit off of the notoriety of any case that you sat over?
Say again, you're asking
yes or no?
You're asking me to comment on a case currently.
Well, it seems you're connecting the dots, Mr. Attorney General. I'm just asking you as to a general principle, but you are aware that Judge Merchan's daughter was profiting off of this prosecution. You are aware that that creates the appearance of impropriety. You know the very reason there's a federal rule against judges giving donations is because it is the very attack on the judicial process that we're concerned about.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with anything you just said, but I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay, so you won't comment on it, Mr. Attorney General, but you had no problem dispatching Matthew Colangelo. Who's Matthew Colangelo?
That is false. I did not dispatch Matthew Colangelo.
Matthew
That's
Colangelo,
false.
Matthew Colangelo became the Assistant Attorney General at the very beginning of the Biden administration. Without having been Senate confirmed, goes and gets this senior role at the DOJ. And then after, I believe it's Gupta replaces Colangelo, Colangelo makes this remarkable downstream career journey from the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., and then pops up in Alvin Bragg's office to go get Trump. And you're saying that's just a career choice that was made that has nothing to do with the lawfare coordinated by the
saying it's false. I did not dispatch Mr. Colangelo anywhere.
Well, do you know how he ended up there?
I assume he applied for a job there and got the job.
But see, you know what?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with it.
Well, you might not have had anything to do with it, but we've got this contemporaneous evidence in Mr. Pomerantz's book. So Pomerantz writes this book, which I'm sure you're aware of, where he says, we put together the legal eagles to get Trump. We got all these folks together and we assembled them for that purpose. And so when we on the Judiciary Committee think about attacks on the judicial process, our concern is that the facts and the law aren't being followed. A target is acquired here, Trump, and then you assemble the legal talent from DOJ, Mr. Pomerantz, and you bring everybody in to get him. And meanwhile, the judge is making money on it. The judge is making money on it. The judge's family is making money on it for stuff that you yourself wouldn't do. You know, no one's going to buy this. No one's going to believe it. It's going to create great disruption. And I am saddened by it because, like you, I have given my life to the law. I care deeply about the law. And I think that the lawfare we've seen against President Trump will do great damage well beyond our time in public service. I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Now you see why Matt Gaetz is a favorite of the people, a favorite of Trump to become Attorney General, because even if he's not well liked personally within the ranks of the Republican Party and on Capitol Hill, the people like him because they see him as a tool to get done what needs to be done and to stop this unfair lawfare that has been happening in this country and to actually go after real crimes, people who skirted the law in order to prosecute Trump. When he mentioned the judge's daughter, let me just show you this little snippet I found to give you more details about why, this was so corrupt and how his daughter is connected directly to Biden and Harris.
From this case. Not only that, the judge's daughter, Lauren Merchant, is the president of a political advocacy group called Authentic Campaigns, whose clients include the Biden-Harris campaign. Just so you understand, the judge's daughter makes millions of dollars working on campaigns against Donald Trump. Here's the website. On the website, it claims the company raised $562 million. This is a major financial incentive by the judge to convict Donald Trump. Not only that, the judge's wife worked for New York Attorney General Letitia James. The Epoch Times reported that they had reviewed records that show the wife, Laura Merchant, worked for 21 years as special assistant to the Attorney General, including 3 years under Letitia James. She changed jobs 2 years ago. That means the wife worked for Letitia James during the period that Letitia James was building her case against Donald Trump. Is it just me, or does this seem like corruption to anyone else? This is insane. I have never seen a judge more compromised than this judge. His wife is working against Donald Trump. His daughter is making millions of dollars campaigning against Donald Trump. This is the exact type of situation where a judge needs to recuse himself because he cannot possibly be impartial. When Trump's lawyers asked the judge to recuse himself, he refused, and he said that his daughter and his personal donations to Joe Biden did not require him to step aside. So the judge says that he's not biased, but his actions say otherwise. The judge has issued a sweeping gag order on Donald Trump. This is blatantly unconstitutional.
So although it is a victory that he will not be sentenced, let's be clear, this is not this is a lot of political manipulation once again by the judge, and this is why there needs to be reform in the DOJ and pretty much every branch of government and agency that we've seen the corruption, the overspending, not doing the will of the people, but doing the will of themselves. But this is just to give you an idea. He was already found guilty, and this was supposed to be his sentencing. He may only appeal the conviction and or sentencing once the sentencing is done. In that case, the appeals court may confirm, set aside, or amend the conviction and or the sentence. By adjourning it, they make sure that he cannot appeal, get the conviction set aside, and take office as an unconvicted and innocent man. So they are so even though he won't be sentenced, we have to understand that the fight continues, because this is again them trying to make sure that he has no way to appeal it, because it's just floating in the atmosphere essentially. Like it's just adjourned until Judge Merchan decides, oh, I want to sentence Trump now. And of course, he's not going to do it while he's president, but at the same time, it doesn't allow them to fight against this ruling, to fight against the convictions. Now, I don't know if there's a way around it. I'm going to be doing some legal digging, but I wanted to get this news out there for you guys. So you have it. As more drops, as more information comes out, I
absolutely. And after January 20th, major change is going to come.
So if anyone on the Democratic side or anyone who cared about liberty or justice was thinking, well, maybe Matt Gaetz will screw this up and that'll give us some time. No, Pam Bondi knows what she's doing.
Attorney General Bondi did an effective job of showing how sleazy the hiring of Hunter Biden was.
So, breaking news, Donald Trump has nominated a new attorney general. If you heard the news this morning, I reported on it, that Matt Gaetz dropped out because of all of the hoopla around him. And I would say establishment Democrats, they have just let him know that they will not allow him to become attorney general. And so he dropped out. And now let me read you the statement from President Trump. I am proud to announce former attorney general of the great state of Florida, Pam Bondi, as our next attorney general of the United States. Pam was a prosecutor for nearly 20 years, where she was very tough on violent criminals and made the streets safe for Florida families. Then, as Florida's first female attorney general, she worked to stop the trafficking of deadly drugs and reduce the tragedy of fentanyl overdose deaths, which have destroyed many families across our country. She did such an incredible job that I asked her to serve on our Opioid and Drug Abuse Commission during my first term. We saved many lives. For too long, the partisan Department of Justice has been weaponized against me and other Republicans. Not anymore. Pam will refocus the DOJ to its intended purpose of fighting crime and making America safe again. I have known Pam for many years. She is smart and tough and is an America First fighter who will do a terrific job as Attorney General. So that is about Pam Bondi. But of course, the left is freaking out about this. Take a look at this clip.
Pam Bondi is exactly what I was saying in the last segment that we should all fear, because she's competent. We may not agree with her ideologically, but she actually knows how to do this job. So if anyone on the Democratic side or anyone who cared about liberty or justice was thinking, well, maybe Matt Gaetz will screw this up and that'll give us some time. No, Pam Bondi knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing about immigration. Remember, Florida is one of those states that's been very aggressive about migrants and deportation and moving people to different states and everything else like that. Florida has enacted all sorts of rules and laws to curtail students and what they can do on campuses and finding legal justifications for manipulating education money. She is a dangerous and effective pick, and that's frankly worse than what we would have got with Matt Gaetz, even with the deplorable moral background that he has.
Yeah, and I want to discuss that with a little more depth with both of you, including her record on civil rights, LGBTQ rights, and other issues that are front and center at the DOJ, and which we know were also big campaign issues this cycle.
That's right. They are now more afraid of her because they say she's more competent than Matt Gaetz. It seems as though they want Matt Gaetz back in that position, even though they fought as hard as possible to get rid of him, just like they did with Biden. I bet they wish they had, instead of, over putting him out to pasture and putting in Kamala Harris, I bet they wish they had just redone that whole thing. But now they are upset that they fought to get him out of here because she is going to be effective. They don't even have anything negative to say about her. They're actually afraid of her. And maybe this is why.
And talk about Facebook having problems and Twitter having problems with a story that even the New York Post knew was a lie. They published a series of lies peddled to them by Rudy Giuliani, who admitted that nobody else would take it but Rupert Murdoch's New York Post, because they might look into it and tell the truth. Here we are in 2020. This is what it's come down to, America. Giuliani is feeding Russian misinformation to Donald Trump and feeding Russian disinformation to the New York Post. They know it's a lie.
Yeah, well,
that's where we are in 2020.
The New York Post,
just to let you know that they're still talking to Russians. And by the way, Russian hoax, come on. Really, history will expose you all as fools and useful idiots for the Russians. It's for 4 years now.
Hey guys, make sure you are checking out my new merch that has just dropped on realmelanieking.com. I've just put 15% off on all Christmas merchandise over there up until Black Friday. So you can get 15% off of all Christmas merch, but also check out the cool designs. Let's get into this.
Senators, you heard our answer regarding that yesterday, but it is very interesting that he said he never spoke to his son about overseas dealings. His son said different things. Joe Biden was the point man for Ukraine, investigating at the time Ukrainians were a corrupt company, Burisma, and Zlochevsky, its owner, an oligarch who by all media accounts we've discussed was extremely corrupt. Hunter Biden is paid $83,000 a month to sit on that board with no experience in energy, no experience in the Ukraine, doesn't speak the language, and we clearly know that he had a very fancy job description, and he did none of those things. He attended 1 or 2 board meetings, one in Monaco, and then he went on a fishing trip with Joe Biden's family in Norway. The entire time, Joe Biden knows that this oligarch is corrupt. Everyone knows that. There are news reports everywhere. No one will dispute that. In fact, it raised eyebrows worldwide. But the vice president, by his account, never once asked his son to leave the board. We wouldn't be sitting here if he did. He never asked his son to leave the board. Instead, he started investigating the prosecutor who was going after Burisma and this corrupt oligarch who they say was corrupt even by oligarch standards, who had fled the country, living in Monaco. He does not ask him to leave the board. He does the opposite. In 2015, what does he do? We know by reports he has close contact with President Poroshenko. He travels to Ukraine twice. He links it to the fire. He links the aid to the firing. Same thing in 2016 at a White House meeting. Links the aid to the firing of the prosecutor. Calls him 4 times in the 8 days up to leading to the prosecutor. The prosecutor investigating Hunter Biden, yet he never says that. All cases closed. Days before Biden leaves office, he jokes to Poroshenko that he may have to call him every couple weeks to check in. Hunter Biden stays on that board for 3 years. 3 years. Then we hear the video of Joe Biden bragging about firing the prosecutor, linking it to aid. Then we have the 6-minute phone call.
So Pam gave an excellent argument during the impeachment trials of Trump and talking about Ukraine and how Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and the corruption involved with that. But at the time, take a look at this. CNN agreed with her.
I thought Attorney General Bondi did an effective job of showing how sleazy the hiring of Hunter Biden was. I mean, there is no way to dress that up. He was given a great deal of money for a job he was unqualified for. And the only reason he got it is because he was the vice president's son.
And recently she talked about the corruption at FEMA, and best believe she is looking to dig through all of these government agencies to see the corruption that's going on. Take a look at what she had to say then.
Former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi joins me now. Pam, what questions would you ask the FEMA administrator?
Well, I think they need to find out if it's systemic, and it sounds like it is. Right now, there's one woman who, of course, has been fired and saying that she was a scapegoat, and it goes much higher than that. So I think that's very important to find out. And also, they're going to be able to obtain their emails, their text messages, and I firmly believe all this will be uncovered. But if it's systemic throughout FEMA, which I believe it probably is, then they're going to have a tremendous problem on their hands, especially when Kristi Noem takes office very soon and runs that organization. Because these aren't Democrats, these aren't Republicans, these are Americans who are having their civil rights violated because they chose to have a Donald Trump sign in their front yard.
So at the end of the day, you are confident that FEMA leadership will ultimately be held accountable and change will come to that agency if wrongdoing is found.
Absolutely. And after January 20th, major change is going to come.
Understood. Speaking of change, a lot of change happening there in Florida as so many individuals are being tapped for Donald Trump's administration. Governor DeSantis says he will likely name a replacement for Senator Marco Rubio's seat in early January, with President-elect Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, emerging as a possible successor. A long list of other individuals. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Pam. You are tapped in. You know Florida politics. You know how the game is played down there. Who's the front runner?
I don't know who the front runner is, but I know who's extremely qualified, and that's Laura Trump. I know her very well. She is a proven leader. I worked with her and Mike Whatley on the RNC. They helped stop this voter fraud throughout the country. They got the vote out. They protected the vote. No one works as hard as Laura Trump. I can't be objective because she's also my friend. She's a mom. She's a great wife, and she would be a tremendous leader for the state of Florida. And we're blessed to have Laura in our state with us.
Other individuals being under consideration: Jeanette Nunez, Ashley Moody, Jose Oliva, James Utmeyer, just to name a few. A lot of attention going to be paid to who ultimately Ron DeSantis picks and the implications going forward for the 2026 governor's race.
But so when CNN agreed with her, well, MSNBC, Joy Reid decided to go on a rant on how none of it's true, that, Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, this is all fake news, right?
What Pam Bondi just did was give a litany of allegations to try to make Joe Biden look like he's corrupt and that Joe Biden's children have benefited from his political career, which is literally the indictment of the Trump family.
Yes,
which is why they did it.
And the foolishness continues. And as I told you guys, you're going to get 15% off of
right? But this is a video that I got off of the African Diaspora channel. It is here on Tickety Talk. And this is a woman who got death threats from her sisters, her sorors, her D9 peeps, because she voted for Trump. Now, if you can't have a sister in the D9, then you definitely can't have a sister anywhere, right? Because they're supposed to be bonded for life, child. But anyway, let's see what's going on here.
Okay, so now that my page is back up and it's not banned no more, like y'all try to mass report it and ban it, I got a lot of things to say, and I'm speaking specifically right now to my quote-unquote sorors. The fact that there were hundreds of sorors in my comments degrading me like you know me and you don't, questioning my blackness when I'm black as hell and came from a black mama.
Come on, black as hell.
Questioning my education when I went to a HBCU, graduated magna cum laude with a 3.6 GPA from an institution that was founded by an honorary member of our illustrious sorority, a member that founded it with $1.50, five little girls in a dream, no handouts. Yeah, that institution. Questioning my membership when I've been a member for almost 7 years. I've been a member since March 31st, 2018. Y'all calling me perps. Y'all saying I'm this, y'all saying I'm that. And these are all sorors. When I thought that sisterhood is supposed to be at our core. We're supposed to lead with love and compassion and courtesy. That's what we're supposed to be leading with. But y'all really showed y'all behinds in my comments. And y'all still showing y'all behinds in my comments till this day. But nothing beats y'all wishing on me, hoping that y'all can bully me, cyber bully me to the point to where I may feel like I want to denounce my letters, my DST, simply because I had a difference in opinion and I said who I voted for.
Not sisters. Not sisters. Ain't no way, ma'am. Are you sure? I don't think I believe you, child. The sisters would never go against another sister. That's just not how it works. Ma'am, are you telling the truth? Ma'am, I'm gonna have to go ahead and question you. Are you telling the truth? I can't believe it. I'm gonna need to see some daggone proof. Shut up.
Now, granted, yes, I did have it in my letters, but I figured, well, there were sorors that were supporting Kamala Harris in their letters. I read the email, I read the communication, and because it's internal, I can't post it and really explain exactly what was said in it.
That's all right.
But I never endorsed anyone, and I never encouraged anybody to vote for Trump. I specifically said that I voted for him. I gave my reasons why I didn't vote for Kamala, and I said vote in the best interest of you and your people. And I said that I went and voted. I exercised my right to vote. Yes, I'm aware that my ancestors fought for my right to vote.
Girl.
And I exercised those rights at the polls on Friday when I posted that video. Now, keep it a buck.
Okay.
The only reason why y'all feel a way about what I said is because of who I voted for.
Mhm.
If I would have got on this internet, if I would have got on TikTok and said, oh, y'all, look, I just went ahead and voted. I got my voting sticker. I went ahead and voted for Kamala Harris. My D9 sis, I got to support her. We HBCU alums. Us girls got to stick together. If I would have got on the internet and said that, this wouldn't even be a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't even be a topic of discussion.
Mhm.
Y'all are so stuck in y'all ways, especially y'all old heads.
Woo!
Y'all feel like, oh, she's a young girl. She's out of line. No, we don't.
Oh no, not the oldies but goodies. Oh no, not the oldies but goodies. Shout out to Grape Tea. Old ninjas and ninjettes got to go. How you gonna get up here and bully the daggone woman? You supposed to be sisters. So it was supposed to be an automatic. If y'all was any type of D9 male, female, you was supposed to vote for Cam no matter what. And that be the daggone problem. And that's why J.D. Vance is going to be the next president of the United damn States.
Think that way. That's against our founding. That's against this and that. When the core of our founding, who we were founded by, was based on conservative values. It's not anything that should be, it's not rocket science. It's literally what it was. Conservatives believe in a hand up and not a handout. All of our organizations were founded by college-educated men and women. So for y'all to sit up here and degrade me for being a conservative, a Black female conservative, a part of the Divine Nine, went to HBCU and graduated, y'all are literally vilifying and demonizing me for my vote. And I'm not even going to say that it was all sorors, because I do appreciate the sorors that did reach out to me in the DMs, the sorors that have personally had my number, called me, texted me on both TikTok and Instagram. I'm not referring to y'all because I appreciate y'all and I know that it came from a place of love just because of how y'all approached me in the DMs and the comments, all of that. And my intention was genuinely never to cause this much of an issue, genuinely. I was naive enough to think that, okay, it may cause a bit of a conversation, but I never thought that I would be receiving because of who I chose to vote for. So I said all of that to say, there is so much that we have to work on as a collective.
Who?
In Delta, D9, and PHC in general, HBCUs, the Black community as a whole.
Ooh, don't bring me into this shit. Don't bring me into it. Child. Y'all got to work that out with your D9ers, child. That's on y'all. That mob mentality has been here. We already know. I already know anyway. And it's just, it is what it is. That's why we had Clown L, Ricky, Roland, all the rest of them. And now they out here trying to, even the native podcast people. That's why they out here now looking around talking about what happened and still standing on what they think is business. No, you're harassers. You're harassers of the same people. You're the ones that, I'm telling you, really, enough of those people, Cam would have done it on her own, in my opinion. Democrats already helped it along by shoving up our asses by putting her in there, okay? But then you got all of them talking negative to us because we like, well, child, what? We not trying to hear this. And because of their combativeness, doing the exact same thing basically as what she said these people did to her, that's why y'all got the results that you did. And they still are not recognizing and realizing that. And that's why I say that J.D. Vance is going to be the next president after Trump. Because their choices right now, if you didn't see my community post, is Cam still, which I don't get. And then Josh Shapiro, which I just don't think enough people know who he is, and Gavin Damn Newsom. Like, what? Why would you give him the whole United States when he can't even handle one damn state? But y'all, they'll be so thinking that because Trump, they're going to say that Trump does so bad, whether he does bad or good, who knows? But they're going to say no matter what, he did bad. And it's time for liberals to take over, Democrats to take it over. And they're going to go for whoever it is. And then in my opinion, if they keep talking like that, they'll still be in the same daggone place. But what the hell do I know?
We have to work on a lot because just because we're Black, just because we're women, just because we may have had similar upbringing doesn't mean that we have to think the same. I have white women and white men in my comments right now asking, oh, you have to be a Democrat to be a part of your organization? Because of how y'all came at me for voicing who I voted for. White men and women are in my comments asking, oh, you have to be a Democrat to be a part of your organization? Why? And it's me having to explain, no, we're not partisan. We can't endorse a candidate. And they're asking, well, why are they attacking you for voting for Trump? And like I said, if it was about the letters, then it should have been just that. But I have read the email and I'm open to criticism from anybody. I'm open to love from anybody that chose to DM me or to text me or to call me. That wasn't an issue. But y'all took it from letters to questioning my intelligence, saying that I'm uninformed, saying that I'm an idiot, saying that I'm dumb, saying I'm a college-educated Black woman.
Girl, where you been, girl? Child, where have you been? You have lived a sheltered life, or you've just been going along with get along with the rest of them for long enough that you didn't get called out because it seemed like you was going along with what they think you should go along with. So whoever it is that said, as long as you stand in line, towing the line, however you want to look at it, no one will bother you. But God forbid you have an independent thought, they on your ass. If you say something that goes against what's allegedly against the culture, they on your ass. This is how it works. This is why I've always said ain't no sisterhood at all. It's just some bullshit to say to try to keep people in line, to make people who need, it's to make people who need to feel like they belong. It's for those people. The sisterhood is for those people. It's not for people like me, for sure, for sure. It's for those people that gotta have friends, that gotta have a clique. It's for people who have to do stuff with other people. You know what I mean? Because there is a lot of women that won't do anything by themselves, and that's crazy. That is crazy to me. They won't go out to dinner by themselves. They won't go to a bar by themselves. They won't go on vacation by themselves, and don't ever do anything because they're waiting for someone to do it with them. And you're missing out on life waiting around for somebody else to do something with you. Just scared. That shit is meant for those type of people, and not meant for people like me. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. So, but now that I've seen Nancy, I should run for something because I'm going to be out there talking like her, greasy and cursing. And then they're going to be like, this ghetto biatch. And I'll be like, your mom. And then they'll be like, get rid of her. And I'll be like, all right, whatever. I was like, but I stand by what I said. That's for daggone sure.
I'm far from dumb.
Girl.
Why is it that whenever a Black person decides to vote for somebody who's not a part of the Democratic Party, it's, oh, you're dumb, you're misinformed, this is misinformation, that's not true, this and that. But it's okay for y'all to remain a part of a party that, if you just look at the past 2 decades or so, has remained in office for the past, 12 out of 16 years have been in office, and there's little to no economic growth and prosperity in the Black community.
Girl, what? I know you effing lying. Girl, you lying. There's no economic growth in the community. What? What? Child, that sounds racist. Ma'am, are you racist?
So I decided to vote differently because I noticed that, and I noticed that it was only pandering, and they would say they'll make a promise and they won't do it. And I didn't want to make another dumb decision because I ended up voting for a white man that told me I ain't Black, my Black ass ain't Black if I don't vote for him. It's very, very telling.
Girl.
And for those of y'all begging, I'm not going to denounce my organization because of this, because I know that these are just, y'all said that I'm a bad apple that's spoiling the bunch, but y'all are spewing out hateful comments.
Not the sisterhood spewing out hate. Not the sisterhood spewing out hate. That never happens.
Hateful and threats and antagonizing and wishing terrible things on me. Now I am hoping that this does spark up a conversation, because we have to address the demonization of people that have a different point of view. And a lot of y'all did not lead with love. A lot of y'all led with hate. A lot of y'all did not watch my full videos. I'm going to try to make my videos a little bit shorter so maybe it can like resonate in your mind a little bit, because most of my videos were like 8 minutes plus. And I know that you could not have read every single video in context. And it takes a very intelligent person, somebody who bases their...
All right. I'm gonna stop it now. But you get the gist of the point is that the sisters was not being very nice to a sister. Okay. Now, to a surprise to her, none to us, of course. None to us, of course, because
broken into 1,000 pieces. They don't know where to start. But the Democrats, I want to go over what they're saying. They don't know who to blame. They don't know what to do. But the Democrats got in this position for one reason and one reason only. But let's go ahead on and check this out. This was out of Politico. It says more Democrats fear the party's image isn't just damaged, it's broken. And so everyone agrees that they lost the working class, but they're deeply divided on where to place the blame and what to do about it. Now, they said that they have an identity crisis. Days after Kamala Harris's defeat, the extent of the party's failure is becoming increasingly clear. It's bad enough that Democrats are still losing working class whites, as they have in recent elections. Now, exit polls show blue-collar Latinos and some black men, long a core part of the Democratic base, are abandoning the party too, fueling electoral shellackings as the Republicans flip the Senate and are padding their majority. Democrats' path to the majority in the House is narrowing, which is the Republicans, as of now, have taken the majority, because this was written on the 10th of November. They're saying Donald Trump won and what could only be described as a landslide in the modern era. Now, I say the Democratic Party needs to be rebuilt, says the Pramila Jayapal, which she is a congresswoman, says she's the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Say we have become a party of elites, whether we are abandoning working class people, whether they're abandoning us. They say whether it's some combination of all of the above. They say in interviews with 16 elected officials, party leaders, and strategists, they say Democrats from both wings of the party agreed they have stopped knowing how to talk to the working class once the very core of their identity, but they were deeply divided on where to place the blame and what to do about it, just like Donald Trump's victory did in 2016 and in 2020 when they lost by a smaller margin than expected. It's his return to the White House fueling a raging debate between the party's progressive and moderate wings about where to go from here. Now, I'm going somewhere with reading this, y'all, so just bear with me. So, of course, Bernie Sanders fired over the shot in the clash to say on Wednesday, saying on X that it should come to a great surprise that the Democratic Party, which abandoned working class people, would find that the working class has abandoned them. Then the DNC fired back, said straight up BS, posting that President Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president, he said, of my lifetime. But they're saying, you know, it's about the working class. Oh, it's the working class. We lost the working class. And they keep saying that over and over and over and over and over. But let me tell you really what happened, Democrats. I'm going to tell you what happened. And I know a lot of you are listening because you're trying to figure some things out. So I want you to listen to me very well. Okay. Let me tell you why you lost. You lost this election because you lost black people. You can't win elections without us. It don't matter what the Latinos do. It has been proven that if black Americans would have came out to vote and not chose the couch, even though Latinos voted the way they voted, she could have won. Vice President Kamala Harris could have won the election. See, I already know what y'all gonna do. So this is what you're gonna do, because like I say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, you get the news here, and we can see what they're gonna do ahead of time. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna try to start acting like the Republicans, like on a light basis. They may start, going along with Trump on some of his measures. They are going to maybe back off a little bit on the LGBT talk. They're going to back off on the immigration talk. They're going to do that, right? But one thing they're not going to do, they're not going to do right by black people, because that's not even in the cards. In order for them to do right by black people, they have to actually lose in 2028 to J.D. Vance if he decides to run for president. They would have to lose to him and in a landslide again, right? And they would have to see, let's say, if more black people vote for J.D. Vance than they even voted for Trump, right? Let's just give it a scenario. Then and only then will they probably say, okay, we tried to sound like the Republicans. We tried to do this. We tried to abandon all the LGBT talk. We tried to start getting tough on immigration, and we still losing votes. What is happening? What is going on here, right? Democrats, you had the ability to win this election. You had it, and you chose not to do right by black people. That's really what it is. For a long time, black people voted for you. We're not getting nothing out the deal. Now black people are saying, you got to do something for us. You got to, we need the reparations. We need an anti-black hate crime bill. We got to have that. And either you do something for black Americans or continue to lose. The second thing that's going on with your party, right? All these consultants that you have, all these consultants, white consultants, they couldn't consult you into victory. What you also don't understand is that black Americans actually kick the stool from underneath your feet. And what I mean by that is when black Americans start speaking against anybody, everybody pays attention. Have you realized that? When we laser focus on anybody, a candidate, a party, whatever, everyone gonna pay attention and people will follow cue of what we do. Even people outside of our own community will follow cue on what we do and what we say. Right? In unison. The shields like Boulay Martin that y'all gave $350,000 to, he can't get nobody to vote for you. You know what I'm saying? Al Sharpton can't get nobody to vote for you. The National Urban League can't get nobody to vote for you. That's why I said, even before the election, I said, look, y'all gonna have to recycle all y'all people. All the people that y'all had on the payroll, you'll have to throw them all away and say, hey, it's nice knowing you, but we're redoing the party now. And if you really want to win an election, if you really want to win, then you got to go through black people. But I understand your racism is not going to let you do it. You got to keep losing elections in order for you to concede that, to say, okay, we got to do whatever black people say. We got to let black people take the lead. And we ain't talking about no sassy buck broken. No, we're talking about some real brothers, some real sisters, right? Because you got some buck broken women too. We're not talking about those sisters. We're talking about those real strong, headstrong sisters. The Boulay, they can't be in the mix. It has to be completely the grassroots if you want to rebuild your party from scratch, because your base is black people. And you have neglected your base. That's no different if Trump neglected his base. His base is white, working class people. That's his biggest base. If you neglect your base and don't do for your base, Trump do for his base. That's why Trump got elected. Well, with white people going vote for him like that, because when he was in office, he was doing things that he made promises to them that he was going to do. So Trump proved that he was a man of his word. Whatever you want to say about him, he proved that he was a man of his word. People respect that. That's an old thing from the Bible, that let your yes be yes and your no be no, that your word is your bond. People will always respect that. When you say you're going to do something, you do it the day you say you're going to do it and you get it done that day, people say, okay. So when he says something again, so Trump never neglected his base, and Trump picked up more people along with his base in this election. And that's what you don't understand. See, if y'all moved like Trump, then you would have never neglected black people. You'd have made sure black people was taken care of first. But no, you didn't do that. You were sitting up here flying migrants into this country for free on our dime. You was giving migrants free places to stay. You were giving them free food. They come in here committing all kind of crimes. I just saw the Lake and Riley trial today. Some of that was horrible. What that dude did to that young woman. That was so horrible. And you know who fault it is? President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, because they flew that savage into this country for free. When he was getting in trouble in New York, he just called for a flight and fly. I think he flew to Georgia. They were flying for free. None of us can fly for free nowhere. I wish I can pick up the phone and say, hey, yeah, I need a free flight to Vegas for me and my wife for the weekend and get a free flight. You know what I'm saying? But these migrants are sitting up here flying for free all over the place. Then they got these, you talking about trafficking, talking about Diddy. These migrants are doing that. They got migrants that's flying around for free, and they are traveling bands of 304s. They got their pimp and the 304s. And they going from different cities, like they'll go to Miami, they'll go to New York, and they say they're making so much money. They talked about this online. They're making so much money with the pimping and 304ing. Migrants. And they flying for free on our tax dollars. But now dudes now they're afraid to fly a woman out now because they don't want to get no trafficking charges because of the Diddy case, right? That's what Americans got to worry about. But Joe Biden can fly these people in for free all day long. Y'all sit up here and prioritize everything else instead of black people. And I said that the more and more you're against black people, the more and more I'm going to use every resource I got to be against you. My people have given you 60 some odd years of free votes, and you haven't done nothing but given token positions, put in overseers, trusted overseers like Boule Martin, the Divine Nine, the Black Pastor, the overseers on a Democrat plantation to keep us oppressed and depressed while you cut them $350,000 checks, while you cutting $500,000 checks to these plantation overseers that's making sure to keep black people down. You understand? See, gone all those days. See, we living in the age of knowledge, and that's why Boule Martin is raging over there on his X account because everybody putting him on Front Street. Because if he did nothing wrong, why is he mad about everybody knowing what the kind of money he got? If he did nothing wrong. No, that's his guilty conscience eating him up because now it's been confirmed. We've been called him a plantation overseer for the Democrat Party, or better known as the Democrat Shield. We've been saying that. Now you know why he was crashing out so hard, because that check hit his account. Yeah, he gonna crash out hard. He's being paid to. He go talking crazy to Tyrese because Tyrese said Tyrese was not really feeling her like that. Oh, I need to talk to Tyrese. I bet you do. Because you didn't got a $350,000 deposit hitting your account. You understand? So Democrats, and when the more and more of these shields you use, the more anger and rage you're going to have from the black community. The more and more you bring out celebrities, the more anger and rage you're going to have with the black community. And you're going to lose. You're going to lose every time. So, like I say, I know you. You're not you. Because see, the thing is, you just as racist. You talk about Republicans are racist. You are more racist. You are more. And you will never concede to do something for black people until you lose again. And you probably have to lose probably after 2028 as well, for you can say, okay, man, all right, what are we going to do? Because that's the only way. One thing I know about you folks, you do not concede to black people unless you just hit rock bottom. And you know black people is the only way they can get you out of it. Then you're ready to concede. I know you. Just like kind of like when black people tearing the streets up, and you feel this whole city about to go up in flames, then you're ready to concede. Okay, black people, what you want, what you need, please, we'll give it to you. Just please. That's how y'all operate. You're never going to do things just to be what's right. You always got to be forced to. So your party is broken, and that's good. So if you want your party back, you go through black people, not plantation members like Boule Martin, but going through the real grassroots people that's actually going to tell you the truth and what you need to do. Will your racism allow it? That's on you. That's on you. But that's the only thing that's going to fix your party at this point. because no party had the base with Black Americans like the Democrats. Republicans don't have that, but you did. And the reason why so many people were Democrats is because Black people were bigging up the Democrat Party. And whatever party we big up, whatever people that we're hanging around, other people gonna hang around too, because remember, we are the culture. Whether you like it or not, we're the culture. And when the culture says you foul, everybody gonna say, oh yeah, you foul. And when the culture say you good, everybody else gonna say, yeah, you good. You understand? That's just really what it is, Democrats. That's just really what it is. You got to go through Black people if you want your party to succeed. But now, if you think you're going to build up the white vote, good luck. That's not going to happen. You think you're going to try to get the Hispanic vote? Good luck with that too. Good luck with it. Because you don't even understand the complexities of the Latino community, because your brain is not even ready for that yet. Obviously, y'all having a hard time figuring that out. Y'all let all these different people in here from several Latin American countries, and you can't figure out they're not all the same. They may speak Spanish, but they're not all the same. And even some of them Spanish is different than others. Cuban Spanish and Mexico Spanish, yeah, they may speak Spanish, but certain words is not the same. El Salvadorian that you're bringing in here, Nicaraguans that you're bringing in here, Venezuelans you're bringing in here, and within the Latino community, they all don't like each other either. That's another thing. They're not all one group of people. They delineate. There you go. They delineate. That's really what that is. They delineate. Like any other group delineates. And that's a hard thing for white folks to understand, is delineation. I'm so glad Black Americans are delineating, because everybody in the Black world delineates. Everybody do. We was the last one to not delineate. And we finally doing it now. And look, y'all notice how things are starting to get done because of delineation? The Democrat Party is literally broken to 1,000 pieces because of delineation. We wouldn't allow them to send people in here who's working for them on the plantation from other countries. Say, where you from? Because you sure don't. You trying to cosplay a Black American, but you're not us. And when we start shutting that down, the Democrats really didn't know what to do. That was a whole new ball game that the Democrats wasn't ready for, was delineation. And their shaming tactics didn't work. They didn't know what to do. And that's why they're broken into 1,000 pieces. But when you're ready to do right by Black people, I mean, we talking about the real Black people, the grassroots. You know where we at. Trust me, y'all listen to everything that we say. But one thing I can tell you, all those white consultants, because they caused y'all to lose $1.5 billion. You can't say the Black consultants did it, because you sure didn't hire them. So, and when I say Black consultants, I'm not talking about these preppy, boule, college educated people. No. We talking about people that's actually in the grind every day. That's what help you get out the mud. But like I said earlier, I know you're gonna try to be a Republican light first. But that's not gonna work. You can't out-Republican a Republican. And ladies and gentlemen, we lived in a great time, brothers and sisters. A great time. Now it's a time to gather your list of demands when they come to your face and say, hey, we need the anti-Black hate crime bill. We need reparations in the form of cash payments. We need to get that qualified immunity going. That's 3 things we need right off the bat.
We should ask Donald Trump. You talked about Black men would be with you. Where's a Black man being nominated by you for your cabinet? Has anyone noticed there's no Black that has been nominated on his cabinet? That needs to be raised.
Reverend Al Sharpton criticizing President-elect Donald Trump for not nominating an African-American member for any cabinet position, I should say, yet. There are some spots to fill. Now, to be clear, he has picked some diverse candidates to be part of his overall team and also in his cabinet. But again, as of now, there's yet to be a Black American picked for a cabinet-level slot. Joining me now, one of Trump's top allies on the Hill, Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. Congressman, you have been a very vocal and effective surrogate for Trump and for his campaign and, frankly, the Republican Party. What is your response to this criticism?
Hey, welcome back to the channel. It's your man Wise. And today we got to check out this video. We got to check out this interview. My favorite Congressman, Byron Donalds, Representative Byron Donalds, that is. He absolutely goes in. He absolutely goes in on Al Sharpton and so many others on the left who keep pushing this racist narrative. Everything about the left has to be based on race and gender and sexual identity. These people are the worst, man. I am so sick and tired of it. That situation that happened the other day with Jasmine Crockett and these folks, they are an embarrassment, to be honest with you. They really are. The fact that Trump hasn't put anybody in his cabinet yet that is a Black person, African American, whatever you want to say, whatever term you want to use, in my opinion, it doesn't raise a red flag. The cabinet is still fairly, there are some diverse picks in there at this point. Who knows who will be chosen for a position in the near future? But why does everything in this country has to be based on race? Now, if we look at the election itself, and we can look at it and say, yes, there was people like myself and a host of other Black folks that were stomping really hard for Trump because we want to save this nation. This woke ideology, this far left progressive ideology and rhetoric that these folks, these Democrats have been pushing, which is anti-God, which is satanic, which is extremely demonic, I'm not for it. And to be honest with you, I could care less the color of the skin of the person that sits in a seat, that gets a cabinet position. I just want to know, are they qualified and can they get the daggone job done? That's all I'm concerned with. Here we are. We've been sitting in a recession since 2022, and these folks are concerned with the color of someone's skin in 2024 America. Something that doesn't matter that much, because regardless of who you are and what you look like, we're all dealing with the same stuff. We're all suffering, from this high inflation, these gas prices. We're all suffering. It's just another thing for them to nitpick about. That's all it is. And Al Sharpton, the biggest race hustler in America, or at least one of them, and I've been saying this for a long time on this channel, race hustling is a multi-billion-dollar business. And that dude's made a whole heck of a lot of money. A whole heck of a lot of money, race hustling. And here you are, when you had, 91 or 92% of Black women supported Kamala Harris in the Democrat Party. 80% of Black men supported Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party. But yet, and Al Sharpton and all these other fools on the left complain like crazy. And now you're mad that he hasn't placed a Black person in the cabinet. Y'all just looking for stuff to complain about, man. They're looking for things to be upset about. Again, these people, it's not life for them if they don't have a complaint. If they can't some kind of way paint themselves as a daggone victim, life isn't right. And I'm sick and tired of it, man. And it's not like Joe Biden has the most diverse administration. Let's just keep it real. Check this out real quick. Look at this. These are the people, Biden administration's chosen people. These are the top spots, top cabinet picks. You see any Black folks there? Not one peep from an Al Sharpton or any of these other fools on X and any of these other platforms. But you couldn't wait. On the flip side of that, check this out. No one had anything to say about these people. These are the clowns that Biden appointed. A Satanist, cross-dressing luggage thief. Look at this. Like, come on, man. No one had anything to say about this. Nothing. They're looking for anything to complain about. But let's get into this video. Let's get into this interview with Byron Donalds. I'm sorry I went on that rant, but this is freaking ridiculous, man. I'm so sick and tired of it, man. It's an embarrassment, to be honest with you. It really is. And I'm tired of this victimhood mentality. Multi-millionaires trying to paint themselves as victims. It's freaking ridiculous, man. Like, share, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Let's go.
I think it's criticism where people are upset that they still lost this election. And so if you were going to ask Reverend Al or anybody else in the Democrat Party, they're still licking their wounds about the fact that this did not work out the way that they thought it was going to. That being said, Donald Trump's cabinet is about people who are going to implement his agenda. And he's not done, by the way. You have Susie Wiles, the first woman ever to serve as chief of staff. You have Marco Rubio, a Cuban American who's going to serve as Secretary of State, representing America across the globe when it comes to foreign policy. You have Tulsi Gabbard going to be at DNI. So many others that are coming, and there's still slots to be filled. So I think everybody needs to pump the brakes and just wait and see what happens.
So there's definitely some diversity there, right there. If Joe Biden would have placed a woman as the first chief of staff, we wouldn't hear the end of it. But he didn't. Donald Trump did. And you would think that all the feminists, all those folk from the Democratic Party, they would be bigging this up, but crickets from them. Nothing. That right there in itself goes to show you that this is a game. The outrage, it's fake. It's not real.
I think Democrats are putting form over substance.
Absolutely. Look, even if you look at how the Democrats filled the Joe Biden cabinet, they wanted to have a piece of every identity, but did they get the job done? Did they actually serve the interest of the American people? Because here's what I know. Whether you Black or Hispanic, if the border is unsecure, excuse me, Alejandro Mayorkas, if the border is unsecure, does that help people in their everyday lives? No, it does not. And so what Donald Trump's election is about is bringing competency and reality back to DC in the White House, making sure that the job gets done on behalf of the American people, regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of their creed.
Absolutely. 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 Now think about this, man. The Biden-Harris administration, that cabinet, this administration, it's going to go down in U.S. history as hands down the worst administration in U.S. history. They failed on a level in this country that we've never seen before. And it's because he didn't pick people that were qualified. He didn't pick people because he thought they would do a good job. He checked boxes. That's what they did. They checked all of these kooky ass boxes. And when you do stuff like that, you hire people not because they're qualified, but because what they look like, because of, what their, sexual orientation is or whatever. It's a recipe for disaster, man.
Do you think that the current cabinet picks reflect the most competent implementers of Trump's policy across the board?
100%.
You have no pause for any of the people who are being raised, including some who are more controversial figures who've gotten a lot of the oxygen out of the room. Obviously, Matt Gaetz, a centerpiece of criticism because of the allegations. But you don't have any pause about anyone who's been chosen?
No, I don't, because either I know them directly or I've gotten a chance to know them throughout the last several months. All of them subscribe to everything that Donald Trump talked about on the campaign trail. They are mission-minded about getting the job done. Look at Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants to make America healthy again. He wants to go after additives in our food that are here in the United States, but not in any other country around the globe. You have suburban mothers who want to see that happen for their children. You have people who've had to deal with all kind of other health abnormalities. And at the time, and now what they're dealing with is going to other doctors, finding other alternatives to address those health issues, finding out it's what they're ingesting every single day. He's going to address that. You have somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, who has not been a fan of forever wars, which, by the way, if you're a Republican or a Democrat, you've not been a fan of forever wars. She's going to be advising him when it comes to national intelligence. These are the picks that he's put in who are going to actually help him implement his agenda. His success as president, this is the 47th president, is going to be on addressing all the concerns of the American people that obviously they had, because if they didn't have that, he wouldn't have the political mandate he's enjoying right now.
Well, let me ask you, because I remember when your name came up as a potential speaker of the House, there were many who speculated that based on the prominent role you played in this campaign and election, that your name would have skyrocketed to at least the front of the line. We are several cabinet picks in. Are you not surprised that you have not been named? Have you had a conversation about being a part of the administration at all?
All I will say is I am not surprised that I have not been named, but that does not mean I'm not going to do other things in the future.
Has he asked you?
No, there's some other things that I'm looking at going forward. I'm
Like?
not going to talk about them now.
We do this every time.
We're not going to break news now.
I would like
Laura.
to ask you, Governor
not gonna break
of
news.
Florida, Senator, perhaps if Marco Rubio is confirmed, or any of those spots enticing to you?
We'll see what happens as things go forward.
Do you have support for the name Laura Trump that's been circling around as a potential person who would step in?
Before he goes there, I would assume, this is my assumption, that Byron Donald either has his eye on that Senate seat once Rubio Marco Rubio is confirmed, or he has his eye on being the next governor of Florida. That's something that I've been saying for quite some time. And if I'm him, if I had to choose, be a part of the cabinet, or when Marco Rubio is confirmed, he could be chosen, selected by Ron DeSantis to take that spot as a senator in the state of Florida, I'm taking the Senate seat every day over a cabinet spot. It's a no-brainer. But hey, what do I know?
If Senator Marco Rubio were to ascend to the role that he has been chosen for?
So actually, I think Laura would do a great job as a U.S. Senator for Florida. I got a chance to really know her through the whole campaign process. Number one, excellent communicator, one of the best in our party. Number two, really knowledgeable about policy. Number three, her personal businesses that she's been involved in, different projects that she's done. She knows how to get things done, bring people around her to be successful. At the end of the day, you want to be a representative of the ideals of the state of Florida. Laura Trump is an example of that.
So just to be clear, and I remember the barbershops you had gone through, you talked to many Black voters, Black male voters specifically on the campaign trail. If the current trend stands and there is not a single Black cabinet member named, you'd be fine with that?
What I want right now is for the agencies of the federal government to do their job and no more, and to actually fix the ills that have been going wrong in our country. The voters spoke loud and clear 2 weeks ago. This was an avalanche. This was a political mandate for Donald Trump. And it's very clear that they want our borders secured. They want a thriving economy. They want to be able to get out of these conflicts across the globe. And yes, people want to be energy dominant here in America. And if the cabinet picks help deliver the America First agenda that Donald Trump wants, this will be an unmitigated success.
Absolutely. That is all I care about. And that's all of us should care about. Do these people have the ability to do what we voted for? Simple as that. If they do, I don't care what they look like. Man, woman, black, white, purple, green, yellow, I could care less. See, Democrats, they play the box checking game. They play the box checking game. Oh, we got to get, just like with Kamala Harris. When she was selected for vice president, they basically told Biden, you got to choose a Black woman. Here's a list of people. You got to make this choice. It doesn't matter if they're qualified or not. Don't worry about that. Just pick somebody from this list. I'm not interested in that in our government. I'm not interested in that any business. I despise that type of thinking. And you should too. Because when you start trying to hire people to check boxes, it normally doesn't work out. And the crazy thing is that during Trump's last administration, he did have Dr. Ben Carson, in there. I believe he was the director of HUD, if I'm not mistaken there. And there were some Black people in some other spots there. So it's not a situation to where, in the last administration, Trump didn't have any Black folks in there. And I would assume that there will be, one or two in this current administration. But again, these people are looking for something to complain about. Just like what Byron said, they got smacked down. And now they're grasping for straws. They're looking for anything to complain about.
And every American will be happy with that.
I wonder if voters will see it the same way. I want to talk about this House Ethics Committee, though. They have not chosen to release the report that was compiled by the House Ethics Committee on former Congressman Matt Gaetz. Do you think the report should be released, if not publicly, to the Senate so that they can have a fulsome review in their role to advise and consent?
Well, actually, no, I don't. And here's why. A couple of things. First of all, we all know Capitol Hill leaks like a sieve. If the Ethics Committee sends that report over to the Senate, you'll have some Senate staffers somewhere in some office will put it out. And that's frankly inappropriate because the rules of the House and frankly the rules of the Senate are clear on this. If you're no longer a member, those reports do not get released to anybody. That's number one. Number two, the FBI already looked into these allegations over 3 years, a long-running investigation, and there were leaks out of the Department of Justice during this investigation. But what did Merrick Garland's DOJ, or frankly, that also when it started, Bill Barr's DOJ do? They didn't bring any charges. There were no charges here. So I think we got to be careful. Do we just want to be salacious because it's great to take somebody down or it's good for news headlines? Or are we going to make sure we're serious about making sure somebody like Matt Gaetz goes into the job of Attorney General to make sure that the DOJ is doing its job for the American people, not for the politicians here in Washington, D.C. That's what matters.
But the same could be true and the conclusion different, to suggest if the report is somehow baseless or it's based on unfounded allegations or is entirely critical of the Department of Justice, as has been alleged by Matt Gaetz and others, then that very argument and seeing the report could buttress his confirmation. Why not just see the report? It could be helpful to Republicans who want to confirm him.
Because I'm not going to be naive with you. We know the whole reason why some people are saying release it, mostly from the Democrat side of the aisle, because they're reeling because of the results of this election. Their party is massively divided on which direction they should go.
Republicans also want to see the report. Some have expressed that.
This is fair, but they're looking for a reason to get back on track. I understand that, but we have to be very careful with stuff like this. If we're just going to be throwing allegations around, a la Justice Kavanaugh, where allegations were just tossed around. They weren't confirmed, but they were out there. And then he went ahead and got confirmed by the U.S. Senate, and now is serving as a duly appointed justice on the Supreme Court and doing a great job in that role. Are we now going to demonize people because of an allegation where the Department of Justice did not bring charges? They did investigate this for 3 years. And to be fair to Matt, the investigation went through. A lot of stuff was leaked about this investigation. No charges were brought forward. So then what are we talking about now? Because if you compare a potential AG in Matt Gaetz versus the current AG in Merrick Garland, we do know that Merrick Garland weaponized the Justice Department. No matter how anybody might feel about it, there was not an even application of the law with Merrick Garland as Attorney General. And
They, of course, vehemently disagree with that characterization.
They can disagree all they want, but they're wrong.
They do.
Not even just with dealing with Donald Trump. You have parents who were just trying to protest their schools being labeled as domestic terrorists by this same Department of Justice. The American people are done with that. They just want the institutions of our government to be even-handed and fair. Matt Gaetz will bring that.
We will see if the Senate, who will confirm, will agree with you. We'll see what happens. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Byron Donalds, he always comes with the facts that these folks can't refute. She couldn't refute anything that he said right there. And I appreciate him, always comes prepared. And I appreciate that, man. Let me know what you guys think. I know I spoke a whole lot in that.
Next on deck with Tim Black.
Uncoupling their word, Comcast, MSNBC from NBC News. That means MSNBC has no resources at all, none. They're not going to be able to pay these people millions of dollars, Rachel Maddow, whatever she's making. NBC News is saying, we don't want you around. Why? Because NBC News's numbers equates NBC News with MSNBC, and they won't watch.
Hey, did you hear about MSNBC?
Just moments ago, Comcast announcing that it will spin off some key cable brands into a new, separate, and publicly traded company. Those include some of NBC Universal's TV brands people might recognize, like MSNBC, CNBC, USA, E, Sci-Fi.
They're going to spin off. They're going to spin off some key cable programs. Spin them off. Spin off. That means unload their ass. Yeah, I had a girlfriend back in the 80s. Didn't work out. I had to spin off. Spin off. Spin off means they're going to dump MSNBC and several other networks. They're going to bye-bye Johnson. That's right. All your greatest hits. Spinoff. Now that you know what spinoff means, it means get rid of, dump, liquidate, sell off, terminate, change ownership, sell it to the highest bidder, dump. But know this, MSNBC staffers are in a panic. They're freaking out, man. They're freaking out. Parent company Comcast plans to spin off the channel and possibly change its name. Guess what you don't do when things are going well? Come on now. You may not went to Harvard, but you've been fired before. That says you may not have been at Yale, but you know what it is to get kicked out of place. Everybody know what that's like. You know, when things are going well, what they don't do is spin off you. Yeah, they fight to keep you when things are going well. They want to give you more money, keep you on deck. That's what happens when things are going well. So obviously things are not going well. Yeah, things are not looking up for the MSNBC and CNBC. Panic engulfed MSNBC headquarters Wednesday after parent company Comcast confirmed a massive spinoff of its cable properties, with the top executive even suggesting the left-leaning network may be forced to change its name. Not only do they got to get rid of it, they got to call it something else. How do you know your brand is toast? Well, you got to change the name of the brand. That means all the equity that you built up is not enough to mitigate all the funk. Jesus Christ. Open a window in here. All the funk just coming off that brand. We talking Pigpen, baby. Woo! MSNBC star Rachel Maddow, Chris Jansen, and Katie Tur joined a tense 10 a.m. meeting at 30 Rock in Midtown, led by NBC Universal Chairman Mark Lazarus, who will lead in the new company, sources told the Post. Staffers fearing looming layoffs, not promotions, not upgrades, not raises, layoffs. You know, like when your cousin Tommy be drinking too much, get all drunk and want to fight everybody, start remembering things from 30 years ago, bringing up old stuff. Lay off the liquor, Bobby. Jesus, that's why we don't ever come over you here. We're going to invite you nowhere, Bobby, because you won't lay off the liquor. Stan fears looming layoffs peppered him with questions about whether the network will need to change its name, logos, headquarters, after reports surfaced that the new entity could be cut off from the reporting muscle of NBC News. Everyone's in a panic because everything is up in the air, one MSNBC source told the Post. MSNBC to cut Anchor's salary by $5 million. How much do you got to be making when you can get a $5 million cut? Sounds like Rachel Maddow or Joy Reid. Another insider close to the network added, people don't really know what's going on. They had the election. Holidays are coming up. People are tired and are just trying to get through. I take offense to this. You're tired. No, mofo, we tired of y'all. Listen to them talk like they regular people with regular jobs making regular money. People are just tired. They don't know what's going to happen. If you can get a cut, if you can get a $5 million cut, if somebody gave me $100,000 cut, I'd owe them money. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? TMI, Tim, TMI. I'm just keeping it real. Too many dummies come in my comments. How much are they paying you? Whenever you disagree with your ass on any topic, how much are they paying you? You better go see the white boys down the street, goofy. You ain't got to pay black people. You just do a carrot. Black people are so broke, you just wave a carrot at their ass. Guess what? You might be in a position and 10 black people run out the... People don't really know what's going on. They had the election. Holidays are coming up. People are tired and just trying to get through. Oh, MSNBC. They sound like good times. Good times every time you need a baby. Good times anytime you need a thrill. Good times anytime there's nothing number. That's the Evans family. The MSNBC family. Not getting hustle. You took your hand over water. Making a way when you can. It was really lay off. Good times. Easy credit with both. Good times. Scratching and surviving. I'd like to know who would be featured in this, man. So Joy Reid is obviously going to be Bookman. That's a no-brainer. She's Bookman. Buffalo Butt. And why am I overjoyed with someone's demise who's still going to be doing better than me? Because it's the comeuppance. Sometimes you get what you deserve, baby. Comcast announced Wednesday that MSNBC hometown anchors Joy Reid, Lawrence O'Donnell's skeleton, dead man walking. I swear, man, Lawrence O'Donnell is a skeleton. Joe Scarborough, the host of the Morning Joe show, expressed his anxieties during the program before the meeting, joking nervously on air. Damn, if only I had ethics like Tim Black, I could go down with the ship and just speak the truth. Nah, he didn't say that. He said, we could all be fired a year from now. When this happens, you never know what's going to happen. To which co-host Mika Brzezinski said, or tomorrow. But I'm rich, biatch. So who cares? Everyone here I'm talking about is rich, baby. So no matter how much I laugh, make jokes at their expense, which I'm very happy to do. I'm really happy to do that, man. I take pride in roasting them. The fact of the matter is they're going to be rich well after this. They'll be just fine. It's my broke ass, your broke ass, all our broke asses, all of Black, independent, new media, bunch of broke asses. Yeah. I mean, if you're comparing, all of us put together ain't made as much as Tim Pool. Tim Pool sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could put us all together. And one white guy who won't take off his hat. That's... Man, just maybe I'll just empty a vein right here on the show, man. Maybe that'll get people to watch the Tim Black show. Check it out, man. This is what it is. Okay, so people that are wondering, Tim Black, is this true? Yeah, it's true. Check it out.
Said you two were going to have to try to mend some cliche fences, and you two are going to go in there and you're going to try to tamp it down, because Comcast knew the next day they were going to announce that MSNBC is vapor.
Okay, now this is why. Remember when Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough did a thing where they said they went to meet with Donald Trump?
Over the past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens, deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump.
This is why they did it. It wasn't an epiphany. It was an order on high. Would you like to keep your job? You need to be viable with more of America than just the 1,500 people that watch you, normally. I'm gonna need you suckers to try to get some more audience. So go mend fences, kiss whatever you gotta kiss. Don't tell me about it. Keep it over there. But go down there and talk to him. So they did that. So that makes it even worse that the View was roasting them as if they just decided to do it, just yay.
That is a huge meteor story.
Why is it
Enormous.
vapor? Just because they're
There is
spinning it
no
off
more-
and putting them in they're spinning off a bunch
There's
of
no
brands.
spin-off.
There is. It's a spin-off company.
There's no spin-off. See, you buy the propaganda, Cuomo.
Oh, okay.
See what I mean about
I'm just
smart
saying what's
people?
being reported.
All right.
But what do you know?
Yeah, I know, but why would you believe what's being reported? You want the real story? Here
Yes,
it comes.
please.
Roast his ass. Roast Cuomo. Roast him. And I don't even like Bill O'Reilly. That's another thing we need to get through, man. You got to understand, guys, I don't have to like somebody to agree with them. I'm a grown-ass man, dog. I don't disagree with somebody just because I don't rock with their politics. Man, this is not to everybody. But it's some people that are stuck on that. Man, do you want people to be real with you or not? If you just want to play in your silo and only mess with people you like, and only listen to people that you want to see mouth move, then you ain't going to ever have a real deal. Like, because the truth don't give a shit where it go. And you want truth, you got to be willing to rock with people that go and talk and listen and get information from other sources and people you may not want to listen to. Of course, Bill O'Reilly is a scumbag and a slithering, bigoted jackass and has been so for quite a long time. I ain't saying he isn't. All I'm saying is, we don't have to like you. If you told me there's some man-eating wolves right over the corner, I need to know if you're telling the truth. I think you're telling the truth. I'm going to go the other way. I'm not going to ignore your warning.
So they're uncoupling their word, Comcast, MSNBC from NBC News. That means MSNBC has no resources at all. None. They're not going to be able to pay these people millions of dollars, Rachel Maddow, whatever she's making. NBC News is saying, we don't want you around. Why? Because NBC News' numbers, Lester Holt and the Today Show, are catastrophe because half the country equates NBC News with MSNBC and they won't watch.
He's much better than Don Lemon. Don Lemon would never use such strong language. It's a catastrophe. They don't want you around. You suck. All right? You're stinking up the place, frankly. Get out of here. His Irish eyes are smiling. Either that or the liquor's talking. Go on, Bill.
Lester Holt and the Today Show are catastrophe because half the country equates NBC News with MSNBC and they won't watch. So NBC is desperately trying to save the mothership of information, and they have to throw MSNBC overboard. They're not putting anything into MSNBC. They want to sell it. So where's Georgie Soros now? Georgie's buying radio stations. You can get MSNBC for nothing. They'll give it to you. They don't.
Look at these two scared ass. Look at them. Look at Stephen A. Smith and Chris Cuomo. I would like to go on those programs if they ever have me back. Why is this guy saying these things? I'm not saying them. Notice my mouth is not moving. It's Billow saying these things. All of a sudden, Screaming A. Smith ain't got nothing to scream about. You can always tell who's got heart, man. Who don't. Look at these. Look at them. Look at him. He's quiet as a church mouse over there. Look at. I've never seen Stephen A. Smith so freaking silent. It's silent. Oh, silent night. Oh, holy night. All is calm.
I don't want any more of this. Why? Because it's hateful. Not because it's so far left. The whole NBC Comcast hierarchy is far left. But it's hateful. They hate Trump. They hate people who vote for Trump. Everybody knows that. And you know what's next? The View.
Woo!
ABC News is going to have to cut ties.
Hold on. This is one of the most amazing pieces of footage I've covered in a while. I got to rewind that back, man. Just to hear it roll off his tongue. He's talking like me. Bill, you got to come on my show, man. Screw him. Where's the black person's going to talk like me and Bill? Where they at? Who? Don't say Draymond Green. He's the basketball player. I mean, regular people that do this. Who's going to talk bold like that? They got dreams. One day, maybe I could. What? One day you could do what? You lucky doing what you're doing right now is luck, dude. That's how I approach it. I'm lucky already. My dad worked construction his whole life. Okay, out in the sun. This is called an upgrade. So I'm privileged to sit on my ass and do this and avoid the sugar. That's all I gotta do. Come on my show, Billo. All right, I gotta hear Billo one more time. Stick it to the View. Let's go stick it to the View. This is music, baby.
Everybody knows that. And you know what's next? The View. ABC News is going to have to cut ties with The View. And you saw that today or yesterday when Sunny Hassan had to read a legal statement in the middle of a segment. The lawyers get Whoopi Goldberg's ear and it said, we're bringing a statement in on a teleprompter. She reads it. So it is over for these far left networks. Done, never coming back. Dracula's stake in the heart. Who benefits? News Nation may, but CNN.
Screen. What about gay? Sonny, you have a legal note.
I do have a legal note. Thank you, Whoopi. Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations, calling the claims, quote, invented, and saying in a statement to ABC News that this false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism. That DOJ investigation was closed with no charges being brought.
We'll be right back.
I love it.
Ropes 2 will probably get hard. Who benefits? News Nation for these far left reads it. So she reads it. So it is over. In a statement in on a teleprompter, she reads it. Get legal statement. ABC News is going to have to cut ties with The View. And you saw that today or yesterday when Sunny Hassan had to read a legal statement in the middle of a segment. The lawyers get Whoopi Goldberg's ear and it said, we're bringing a statement in on a teleprompter. She reads it. So it is over for these far left networks. Done, never coming back. Dracula's stake in the heart.
He having too much fun, though. Billo's enjoying this almost as much as me. Give it up for that.
Who benefits? News Nation may, but CNN, which is on the ropes too, will probably get some MSNBC viewers. Wow. There you go.
Nah. No MSNBC viewers. Look at these corny script. Look at this. This is embarrassing. Stephen A. Smith, Chris Crummer, why is the poll up your asses?
What do you think of that? Well, I'm certainly not going to accuse him of not making sense.
Comcast said,
oh, man, that was lame of them. That was some of the most beautiful of all time clips. Bill O'Reilly, I'm sorry that you are surrounded by such pedestrians. My brother, come on down and rock it with the OGs, fam. Come on, Bill O. Rock it with the OGs. You ain't even got to stop being a bigot. I'll take you like you are, man. I ain't got no problem with you being Archie Bunker. Just know I'm a teeth chipper. And I'm a habitual line stepper, and I will step all over your Irish ass. Okay, so if hey, we can have fun laughing at these people. We can hit them with hard truths, because you're around a bunch of stiffs. Get away from Chris Cuomo and Stephen A. Screaming A. Smith. They can't deal with your level of honesty. They still have dreams, Bill. Stephen A. thinks he's going to become a major broadcaster and news guy. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, man. I don't know what he thinks he's going to do. Chris Cuomo, his career is already over. He was over. He had the best job he was ever going to get at CNN, and he blew it. Trying to defend his brother.
Cool for you. Follow me.